Welcome to the School and Safety Security Symposium. My name is Robert C. Vogel. I'm the Director of Business and Relationship Development for Ittner Architects. And visiting with us now is Dennis Young, President and owner of Ittner Architects. Dennis, tell us a little bit now about how the symposium came to be.
Okay. Well, with all the school districts that we've worked with over the decades, in most recent times, security and safety for students is of paramount importance for parents and for staff.
Absolutely.
Survivability is certainly key. But on an everyday basis, students can't learn if they don't feel safe. There's been many symposiums on this issue, but what we're going to do today is very unique. The experts that we've asked to come are SROs, Security Resource Officers, law enforcement, administrators, and those of us that are responsible for designing safe schools each and every day. So we're going to come away with a whole series of very practical applications that can go back to school districts, that can inform teachers and parents on the kinds of readiness plans that are necessary, the kinds of drills that they need to go through. We'll have ballistic tests that we're going to share on the different wall systems and a whole host of issues. What was really interesting is trying to name this symposium so that the focus can be very real and clear. And the tagline is, how will you be tested? And there are two very simple tests. First one is, how do you get ready? What is your plan? And the second one is, in the final assessment, when it's necessary, how will your plan really succeed? All the best laid plans, you only find out how good they are on a given day. Yep. And that's when you really have to be sure everything's in place. So very exciting. What's also unique about the symposium is it's live streamed. People around the country can listen to this and gather a whole new perspective on kind of the knowledge that's been gathered around the table. And it'll be broken into three parts. The first part will be everyone around that table discussing, of course you as moderator,
right.
And the agenda is probably longer than we have time for, but just a wealth of knowledge and information. The second part is we're going to take a break and move into the radio broadcast. And that too will be live streamed. And what that'll allow is the radio broadcasters to talk to combinations of people that attended the symposium and get their take and really drill down with them on a whole series of important questions. Then after that, the third part will be a camera that will have personal interviews with each of the attendees and really get their stories, because their stories are just a lot of lessons to be learned. Many of these lessons are learned not from a shooter entering a school, but just catching a student when they're feeling victimized and how that is handled on the part of the SRO and on the part of the school principal. So there's a wide range of stories that will be told, I think lessons to be learned, and I'm just so glad we're able to host this event and allow people to have something that's practical that can be implemented.
Good. So everybody who's here today will be bringing something to the table, of course, but what are some of the things that people can expect to take away from the symposium?
Well, one of the important things is, if you're going to design a new school like the ones that we do today, there's all kinds of special features, and I'll speak about those in a second. But many people don't. They have existing schools, many of them 20, 30 years old. So what we've done is we have shared floor plans of three typical schools back in the mid-90s and before then. And we've asked the security officers and the first responders to critique these plans in terms of their ability to enter schools, their ability to really make the schools safe, and provide a series of very practical applications that can be shared with the audience. And you can look at your own school and see how close your school and plan matches with some of these measures that are being shared. So I think it's really an outstanding program that everybody can come away with something.
Right.
With the importance of the topic, we don't need more talk, we need action.
Absolutely.
And I hope we're past the part of denial. I think we should be in the part of being aware and acting on the lessons that others unfortunately have learned.
Okay, great. So it's really all about readiness.
It's all about readiness and having the knowledge.
Terrific.
You just have to act.
Okay, good. Welcome everybody to the School Safety and Security Symposium, which is being live video streamed from the Conference Center at Ittner Architects. My name is Robert C. Vogel, and I'm the Director of Business and Relationship Development for Ittner Architects, and I'll be our moderator today for the symposium. As a brief reminder and as a courtesy to our fellow panelists and the live video stream viewers, please place your cell phones on vibrate if possible, knowing full well that some of you may have to take a call at some point. This symposium today is our inaugural or pilot event, and it's designed to be very conversational, very fluid. Please feel free to contribute whenever you'd like at any point along the way. We'd only ask that you try to be somewhat concise in your comments because of all the things we have on the agenda today. To get started, and before I introduce all of our honored symposium guests and school leaders, I'd like to introduce Dennis Young, who is the President and CEO of Ittner Architects, to welcome everyone and to make a few brief remarks.
Well, thank you for taking your busy day to come here. You have a lot of knowledge to share, and I can't think of anything more important than the safety of our children. There's been many programs on school safety. We're not here to rehash those. What we're here to do is really use all your practical knowledge to advance that expertise to some very practical measures that can be taken back to school districts and have them implement, because denial is not an option. It's really important to implement those. When I look around the room as we elected who to invite to this, we have the educational leaders around the room, we have law enforcement and first responders, school security officers, and those of us that design safe schools every day. So I think we have everybody who needs to be here to make that happen. When we thought about how to name this symposium, we thought about school safety and security, but particularly when will you be tested? Because there are two tests. The first one is developing your plan, and just like in school, you're always being tested to develop that plan with readiness plans and drills and so on. The second test is that final test. When called upon, will your plan work? And that's the ultimate test. So we hope that the ideas that come out of this room will really help school districts that are watching implement plans that will work when called upon. Now, we're going to be talking about two ends of the spectrum when it comes to safety. One is obviously survivability, but the other one is every day you can't learn if you don't feel safe, no matter what your environment is. So there's a lot in between those two ends. So I want to thank you all for coming. I look forward to your active contribution and your expertise, and turn it back over to Robert.
Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate that. As everyone probably knows, we are also going to conduct Issues in Education, which is our monthly broadcast program with our radio partner KTRS, the Big 550, and that will begin at 11:30. That too will be live with Martin Kilcoyne and Randy Naughton, both from Fox 2 News here in St. Louis. And we'll rotate a number of different people at 11:30 over onto that live segment. The video streaming will not stop at any time, so we're going to continue even when we break for lunch. We'll have some interviews and conversations about safety and security as it relates to your organization or maybe your district, and then we'll also do some video streaming while you're live on the radio at the same time. Bear with me today also if I redirect our discussions at some point, as we do have much to cover. And while we want to have an opportunity for everybody to speak at some point, one of my jobs is going to be to make sure that we stay on point, stay on target, and I'm going to be watching the clock and trying to make sure that we move as quickly as we can throughout here. So just know in advance, I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, I'm just trying to make this thing move. Today we're going to essentially discuss the state of school safety, and as Dennis mentioned, it's really the question of when will you be tested, when will we be tested, when will our schools be tested along the way, and what are some specific action items that we can take away to implement in our schools. I'd like to emphasize that through the symposium, we're looking to promote planning and readiness. As Dennis mentioned, we are not peddling fear, but we have a tough reality that we have to face today with what's happening with our schools and some of the issues that just have to be embraced. The 5 primary topics that we're going to cover today, as all of you know on your agenda, but for the benefit of our viewing audience, the big picture, accepting today's reality and changing the way we think. Second is creating a culture of safety, the failure to plan or failure of the plan. Third is the physical deterrents Time saves lives is what it comes down to. Fourth is funding and implementation. How do we pay for all of this, to put it bluntly? And fifth would be a summary call to action. What are some of the next steps that we can implement along the way? So to help us with these topics and for the benefit of those watching on the live video stream, I'd like to now introduce our symposium participants, and I'm going to go from the list as it was published on press and throughout the media. We have Melissa Randall, our Executive Director from the Missouri School Boards Association. Welcome. We have Brent Gann, Chief of Staff from the School Boards Association. Thank you for being here. Paul Fennewald, Special Advisor for the Missouri Center for Education Safety. Dr. Jim Simpson, Superintendent from Lindbergh Schools. Jamie Driver, the Executive Director from the Independent Schools of St. Louis. Officer Rod Tappy, President of the Missouri School Resource Officers Association. Thank you for being here. Sergeant David Glenn, thank you for being here, from St. Louis Public Schools, serving as Director of Training and Special Projects. Then we have Lieutenant Colonel Ronnie Robinson, who will be joining us shortly, Assistant Police Chief and St. Louis Metro Police Department. We also have Lieutenant Perry Johnson, Commander for the Juvenile Division from St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. We also have Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Bader, Commanding Officer, Department of Operational Support, St. Louis County Police Department. Captain John Wheeler, Commander from the Fenton Precinct for the St. Louis County Police Department. Both of whom I should also say are Safe Schools Partnership members. You are now the president, John, I believe.
Chairman, yes.
Chairman, okay. And Jeff, you were the past chairman. Good, great. In addition, we're going to have Sarah Buchek join us today. She's coming in from Chicago. She's the Associate Director and Legal Counselor for the Illinois Association of School Administrators. We also have Jeff Vos with us today. Jeff is the president of the Illinois State Regional Office of Education and also the chairman of the Governor's Illinois Task Force on Security and Safety. We also have Ben Schwarm with us today, who is the deputy executive director for the Illinois Association of School Boards and a member of the Governor's Illinois Task Force. We also have Robert Diber, Bob Diber, welcome, superintendent for Madison County Regional Office of Education and the past president of the Illinois State Regional Office of Education. And then also we have Deputy Kip Heinley, president of the Illinois School Resource Officers Association. So welcome to all of you, and hope you don't mind that I made those introductions, because you know how it goes sometimes. If we go around the table, we'd be here till lunch. So I would now like to ask Melissa Randall, Jamie Driver, and Jeff Vos to each take a brief minute just to kind of frame this topic for us as we begin to get into the real content of the program and move on into the agenda. So Melissa, would you like to go first, please?
I'd be happy to. First of all, let me just say thank you to you, Robert, to you, Dennis,
Thank you.
for bringing us together on this very important topic, and to Ittner for making this a priority. There isn't a more critical topic that we deal with, all of us at this table and all of those we serve. On behalf of the School Boards Association in Missouri and the 900,000 children we serve, we think that this is something that we ought to be doing on a regular basis, and that is looking at how we can do a better job of devoting resources to protect all of the children throughout our states. We do know that schools are the safest place for children to be in our society, and that those statistics continue to improve. However, we're not 100% safe, and we've all seen the headlines. We've all dealt with many tragedies, even in our own communities throughout our two states, and in our opinion, one tragedy is too many.
Absolutely.
And so we need to continue to look for ways that we can improve and make sure that every child and every person that we're serving is safe. And so I know that there's excellent topics that we're going to have time to talk about today. We as an association have devoted resources to develop the Center for Education Safety, and Paul Fennewald's here to share some of that perspective later. But again, cannot think of a better topic, a timely topic, and one that it would be a dream if we don't ever have to talk about this again someday.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. So thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Jamie, would you like to go next?
Certainly, and I certainly echo Melissa's comments. Thank you so much for having us here today. I'm delighted to be representing the independent schools of St. Louis. We are 45-member schools in the association, representing over 18,000 students in the greater St. Louis area, as well as Carbondale, Illinois, and mid-Missouri. And I'd say the hallmark of the independent schools is that we are very mission-driven. And embedded within that mission of all of our schools, first and foremost, is the health and safety and well-being of all of our students and their families. That is one of the strengths also of our schools, is that we are very small, tight-knit communities. So our first line of defense really is always, we get to know these families and these students extremely well throughout their entire school career, which enables our school in their weekly administrative and teacher-led meetings to be able to come together and coalesce around students, families that they know maybe having struggles, having issues. They can address those head on. But that great atmosphere of closeness and tight-knit community can also, in a sense, be one of our challenges as well. We have very large facilities at many of our schools, very open campuses. Our students are taught to be open and respectful and very good community citizens and community servants. So that can also be, and sometimes, a challenge when a student may let someone in a door following the good teaching that's going on about being a good citizen, but not always thinking that perhaps you shouldn't let them in the buzz door if you don't know who they are. So we work very hard at our schools to bridge that gap between openness and safety, and that is always a very fine line that we walk at all times. But we work very hard. All of our schools have safety directors, staff members who deal with this 24/7, and they meet on a regular basis to review their plans and make sure they are as safe as possible.
Good. Thank you very much. Those are great insights. Jeff, would you like to go next?
Yes, thanks for having us here today. I
Sure.
appreciate the folks being allowed to come from Illinois and work with
Absolutely.
the individuals from Missouri, so we appreciate that
bet.
participation. We just wrapped up a task force on school security and safety, and the things that we saw from that, I think we have good legislation out there. We have Safety Drill Act that has been implemented, I think it was 2006. But this all came out of Sandy Hook and the tragedy that happened there, where the governor in 2013 of our state brought together a summit, and the task force is what came out of that. So Ben and my colleague Robert are very familiar with this this concept. We see it as prevention and preparedness, and sometimes those things don't always translate to every school district. So I think that's what we're trying to push here, is to make sure we have consistent training across our state to make sure kids are safe, that the communication between first responders and the school districts, those are the things we think are top priorities and maybe need some fine tuning in some districts. Others do an excellent job, but others just don't have the resources. So if we can provide that from a federal and state level to get the funding to assist those districts and get the consistent training across the state, I think those are some of the priorities and things we've been looking at. So we appreciate being able to participate with another state and see,
Sure.
doing some comparing and contrasting, and see things that are, maybe see it through a different lens.
Okay, good. Would you mind, can you tell us where do you stand with the task force right now and the report that you've submitted to the governor?
Well, there were 2 recommendations. There were about 27 recommendations we were going to make, but we did come out of 2 of them was to extend the task force, because as you learn from every tragedy that happens, we get new information that we want to keep up to date. So that is one thing. We're going to extend the task force, and we have a meeting coming in February. Late February, we'll have another meeting. One of the things that came out of the task force, the one thing that was a recommendation that we would take legislation, is mandating a drill that is unannounced. We did some public hearings across the state, and that's one thing that kept reoccurring, that some districts are already doing it, but the task force voted to push legislation on that issue, where they feel that you really know where your potential weaknesses are when you do your a drill that is unannounced, and that's where they've seen that you can see where you may need to shore up your crisis management plan.
Right.
So that was one of the recommendations that came out.
Okay.
And so those were 2 things, but
Okay.
as I said, we had probably 27
Sure.
different items
I can imagine.
to building structure, but those things cost money, and right now districts are overloaded with unfunded mandates that are put on them as they try to just educate students in our state.
Great, good. Well, as we get started now into the agenda, I am going to ask our law enforcement and our SROs, school resource officers, to chime in and help us a little bit. But The first topic now is really the big picture, accepting today's reality and changing the way we think about schools and our safety and our kids. And I do know that from the conversations I have with law enforcement and the SROs that we really don't have a whole lot of statistics that we could share today, particularly since we're talking about juveniles. But I wonder, Lieutenant Johnson, would you like to talk just a little bit about the big picture and what's happening today, maybe things that you've seen, and then we can move to other law enforcement for some comments, please?
Sure. The changes that are happening, that are occurring today, are things that have to change. We have to change the way we think. We have to change the way we approach juveniles, especially within the schools. We have to be able to give them some sort of outlet. When you go into the schools, there are a lot of kids there. You get kids that are in situations that are in crisis and with different things going on within their homes. So when we approach those kids, we have to try to give them some sort of outlet, some sort of feeling that they matter and that we care from the law enforcement perspective, because of social media puts everything out there, and these kids see things almost in real time, and they make a judgment on that. A lot of times they'll make a judgment without even knowing their local law enforcement that are familiar with the school. And that's why I think it's important to get law enforcement within the schools so that these children can meet us and see that we're real people, we're not robots. We're human, we think, we feel, things of that sort. And to get them to understand that, hey, you know what, we're just as real as you are, and we want to make a difference in your lives. We want you to be able to come here, get an education, and to get an education safely. But at the same time, we want you to understand what our jobs are and understand when it's necessary for us to do our jobs, what circumstances are going to be brought about that make us have to do our jobs. So it's a two-way street where we've got to communicate and be open ourselves, as well as trying to get them to do the same. And I think once we're able to bridge some of those gaps and make some headway with some of the young people, then that's when we'll start to be able to affect change, and we'll start to see change, because it's going to boil down to a trust factor and being transparent.
Good. And I'm sure all of that is easier said than done, like so many other things,
definitely.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't we move to the county for a minute? Colonel Bader and Captain Weeder, would you like to comment on that, please?
I'd like to just reiterate what Lieutenant Johnson said. One of the big driving factors that we're seeing today is the social media, which allows for a very enhanced and speedy information exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But as everybody in the room realizes, there's no verification of that information.
Right.
So what we have seen recently in the county and over the last couple of years is that social media is entirely capable of driving an incident and providing an impetus behind it that we may or may not be aware of. We as law enforcement like to deal in the facts, but there's evidence out there that suggests that the longer something is out in social media, the more people accept it as a fact. So it brings into what Lieutenant Johnson was saying, is that if the perception of the police is diminished by social media, the only option we then have at that point is to get into the schools, become a person to the individuals, expose them to alternate truths, let them know that we are people, and build up that trust relationship, because with the trust relationship comes the information exchange, and with the information exchange gives us the ability to plan ahead.
I agree with that, and I think something else that we see and we look at with social media is it's instantaneous for the youth. And so when someone is starting a bad rumor or something that is false that's happening in the school, we're not seeing it for some time. And by the time administrators see it or parents see it, it's after the fact. But to these youth, it's instantaneous. And that's a lot of the way they communicate is through that social media. And that's how a lot of these events get blown up.
Yeah.
But I agree with the lieutenant that with law enforcement in the schools and dealing with the youth, I just want to say that the school administration is a huge benefit for us to embrace that officer and to help that officer be introduced to the children, to the youth, and show them that he's here, he can be your friend, he can be here to protect you.
Yeah,
And that comes from the school.
Great. Before we came in here, we talked about the fact that somebody had posted already this morning at one of the local school districts that don't come to school today on a napkin, and then they took a picture of it and posted it. How often is that happening these days? I know we don't hear of every incident, but obviously it must be happening with much more frequency.
I think we've seen an increase in it simply because in the past, information did not flow as fast as it did now. And, nobody really pays attention to old news. I guess what I'm getting at is what we keep reiterating is that if there is a threat out there, whether it's a real threat or a perceived threat, if social media gets a hold of it, it becomes like wildfire. So I think we see an increase in those level of threats only from the fact that we're aware of them. I think they've always been there, but the mediums to get them out there did not exist. Historically, the rate of violence in our schools has been somewhat stable over many, many years. But social media allows more people to be aware of it.
Again, making it almost instantaneous to a lot of viewers.
Yeah, good.
And so, but I think from a law enforcement standpoint, and for the public to know, and for the school administrators to know, we take all those threats seriously. We have to, because we can't judge one threat as less of a threat than something else that we're receiving.
Absolutely. Officer Heinley, would you like to make some comments, please?
Yes. As an SRO, your SRO inside your school is the most visible person at your department. The SRO will make contact with more people every single day than the average patrolman, anybody else at your department. So your SRO needs to have a special personality. You have to be able to get along with kids, tolerate some of the stuff they do, but you also have to be a mentor, because as an SRO, I'm trying to mold these kids. These kids are our future. These kids are our future politicians, our cops, firemen, doctors, our future teachers. So we have to mold them, or kind of lead them in the right direction to be positive, productive adults someday. So, I challenged my association last year at the conference. I said, make a difference in one kid's life every single day next year at school. That one kid could eventually come to you and say, hey, somebody's going to bring a gun to school, somebody's planning on doing this or that, and that kid will trust you enough to come to you so you can stop, whatever it is that somebody had planned. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. Officer Chappie?
It's been my experience. I've been in the schools for about 8 years, and when I came off the road, I went straight into a middle school for 5 years, and I've been in a high school for 3. The biggest challenge is creating relationships with these kids, because they come from all walks of life. And one way we look at it is, when they deal with me, I may be the most positive contact they have every day because of what they go home to, or the environment they live in, or the culture they deal with. So building those relationships so they can see that we're real, we're not the mean street dog. They understand that when it's time for us to do business, we do business.
Right.
But we're not in that school to do business every
Right,
day.
yeah.
We're in there to build those relationships, to understand, I'm gonna make your day better because I'm happy you're here. And I think that gives our kids a better perspective outside of the school, knowing that not all police officers are like that. And even when police officers are doing their job, you hear kids saying, well, Officer so-and-so stopped me again, he's picking on me. So we talk about what their actions are doing to attract them and understand they're just doing their job. So when you can explain to them, we have a job to do, and that job's differently on the street than what is in the school. But number one, we're police officers first. But we go to the school with mind of building those relationships. And when you get your atmosphere relaxed a little more, because they're all getting along and they understand where we're coming from. I have kids come up and giving me information I thought would never come give me information.
Interesting.
Because you build that relationship with them.
Right.
There's things that happen outside the school that we keep track of, and they'll bring me that information because we've built those relationships. And it is very important that you put people in your schools that are able to build those relationships.
Good.
Because that keeps, I think, that threat down, and know if you got a trouble kid, instead of him going home and thinking about, I'm going to do something violent at school, I'm going to go talk to Master O tomorrow because he gets me. So I think that's a start. And
That's great.
Building relationships is very important, which helps us promote positive images of our officers on the street. 2 totally different jobs.
Right.
We've been there, we've done that, but we got to make that a positive. And we are probably the most positive thing in their day, especially when it comes to police.
Okay, good. So it sounds like the 2 words that we've heard so far, trust and relationship, are really critical along the way. So as we move down the agenda and we talk about risk profiles, really tough question. who represent the greatest threats to the schools? Are we talking about students in every case? Are we talking about family, friends, intruders, people who may be radicalized for some reason? Would anybody like to talk to that point?
I'll jump in here.
Paul?
Again, my answer to that is yes. Again, I think we have to stay focused on the fact that, again, while the media and the attention is to maybe possibly something like an active shooter, or right now things like ISIS terrorism and stuff like that, we have to take a balanced approach. And again, let evidence kind of drive where we look at things. For instance, like risk of somebody coming in to do an active shooting. Statistics show, while again the media may look like it's ISIS coming in or somebody like an Adam Lanza at Newtown, statistics show that it's the inside threats. Maybe a student that has legitimate access there, so all the electronic locks and cameras and stuff won't prevent that, or maybe a staff person, things like that. So it behooves us to take a balanced approach. We can't get overly focused on one area or the other. We've talked already about relationships, and we've talked about, law enforcement aspect of it, but there's all kinds of aspects. To start out with a safe environment, a building that's functional and is conducive to learning, that it has some security built into it, and then having the right relationships with law enforcement and law enforcement inside the school, law enforcement in the community, everybody in that school focused on what it takes to create a good learning environment, and safety being one of the foundations of that. But that's just one of those foundations.
Okay.
So again, I think that balanced approach is what we have to do. We can't focus just on one area or the other area where we put all our resources. We just need to spread that out, and again, collectively bring critical thinkers together and take kind of a teamwork approach so you have that balanced approach.
That's good. Well, as we were talking about the relationship with the kids and building the trust, I wonder, how does mental health come into play with all of this? And I'll open it up for anybody here. Where does the mental health come into play? How do you know you have a kid who just is playing hard with you versus somebody who has some really difficult challenges? Anybody would like to address that, please?
And I by no means claim to be an expert in this field, but you bring up a couple, critical components. As Paul said, we can't lose sight of the fact that our schools are educational institutions for our children, and we have to make sure it's a comfortable learning environment. Everybody, so it's always a balanced approach. So I agree with him 100% there that we can't make them look like maximum security prisons, because then we've lost the objective of learning and of teaching our kids. I think everybody is on board with that. More specific to your question regarding mental illness, or kids who are under duress. I know that a lot of jurisdictions, including ours, try to make sure that most of their school resource officers have a background in what we call our crisis intervention team training. It teaches them more, that by no means a replacement for mental health professionals, but we give them advanced training to understand some of the dynamics involved in an individual who's in crisis, and give them better skills to deal with that, but more importantly, to make a better diagnosis of what they're facing so they know when to call in the professionals.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Robert, I might comment on this whole issue. I think one of the most essential things that school officials have to deal with is the training of their staff to be able to recognize, and the communication that takes place within all school buildings, that if you see something, say something. Don't overlook it. Because on any given one day, it's hard when you're dealing with schools of maybe 1,200 to 2,500 students that may be involved in that educational process, to identify every single child that may be having some type of crisis that day. Because there's multiple crises that are going on in these kids' lives.
Sure.
And so many times it's tips that may come from a teacher, may come from another student, to a school resource officer, to an administrator. I don't think those can be overlooked. And so communication and training as to what to be looking for and how this information is shared, I think, is a critical component for school safety and security. And likewise, that communication with parents, that our schools have changed to make them safe. And it was asked about, I think in relationship to what Paul said, parents
are not just welcome to come in and walk around in halls or send someone there like to pick things up for their child, because as school officials, you don't know who these people are. And I think it's very important, as I said, you see something, say something. Anytime there's a suspicious activity, you have a stranger that repeatedly is coming to your school asking for something. I think this is a person to be concerned about.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I guess all of that training really doesn't happen overnight. You don't just flip the switch and it gets done. It takes time, obviously, right? So speaking of change then, how about if we redirect for a minute, and Sergeant Glenn, maybe you can help us out here. Changes in law enforcement today, and would you like to start that? How have things changed over the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years as it relates to our schools?
Well, there's a lot of new technology that's come into effect, with the, with our safety plans and working together with law enforcement. There's a lot of tools that they provide. One of the biggest things is also with some of the social media information that we gather. I'm a 25-year veteran of the St. Louis Police Department, and I've noticed a difference, just with social media. At one point, we didn't have that opportunity to be able to get that advanced information. And so now, working on the other side with the school district, it's a really good collaboration there. But mainly all of the information that we've received has been in training, the training and education, all those type of things, what's making it a lot better for us.
So how you react to a particular situation or incident today is probably totally different than how you did it 10, 15 years ago, right?
Yes, because we're collaborating. You look now, we want to be on the same page as our law enforcement. As far as if we have an active shooter or we have a bomb threat or whatever, we want to be on the same page. So the training has been very essential, even with defensive tactics, all of the different things that we utilize. We try to mimic what the police department does.
Sure.
Under their guidance.
Okay, good. Lieutenant Johnson?
To piggyback what a lot of people are saying here, we have to be proactive. And the way things have changed in that aspect with social media, we have to be active in Facebook and Twitter and things of that sort, because we get a lot of information from those. When we get calls to the school, sometimes it's about something that is on social media. Mm-hmm. So we have to be aware of that. I have to have my detectives that are trained in that to be aware of that in order to know what to look for. And we find a lot of information off these kids' pages and about things that are coming up, things that are going on. I'll give you an example. Kids put fights up on social media. So you're able to get those, download those, see who's involved, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's a major way that our way of policing within the schools has changed, and it has to be a collaborative approach with us and the schools. Because when they get the information, they have to be able to convey it to us, and we have to be able to investigate those types of things. Same thing with threats. Any type of threat made towards a school or anybody involved within that school, a lot of times there's stuff we get off of social media. And we have to be able to investigate that threat. So social media is so much more involved in police work and in what we do on a day-to-day basis when it comes to schools and everything that we do. Going back to something you said about, and the Colonel alluded to, crisis intervention training and mental health. That's a whole nother ball game that we have to be aware of and we have to be trained on. And like the Colonel alluded to, we train our officers in crisis intervention training so that they have some ideas on the things that they're dealing with. Now, when you start putting that with children, now you got a whole nother ball of wax. And I think one of the key components of that is going to be communication with the people that are in the schools, the social workers, the principals, everybody involved, because we all know there are a whole lot more kids out there now that are on medication than there ever been. And we have to be aware of that stuff because that changes our approach. Now you put the two together, mental health and social media, and you got something that you're really dealing with.
Right. Good. Thank you. Deputy Heinley, would you like to comment on that?
I think, change in law enforcement, when I started 10 years ago inside the school, I went to school every day in my uniform, my bulletproof vest, this and that. About 6 years ago, our department outfitted all the SROs, all the patrol guys with with the same equipment our SWAT team gets, our TAC team gets. You know, I've got the ballistic helmets, I got extra vests, I got ballistic shields I carry, and that's really changed. But we have to be prepared for anything that can happen. You know, most SROs I know now, we carry 223s. I'll bring my rifle in every single day, and these kids will see it, and kids will ask me, why you need to bring that to school? I was like, because I'm here to protect you guys. I'm here to neutralize any threat that can possibly happen inside the school. You know, people say, well, the kids don't need to see that. Well, I think the kids need to see that. The kids need to see that I'm there to protect them. And if there's a kid at my school who thinks, well, Deputy Heine just has a handgun, well, no, now they know I'm well prepared to stop whatever they can throw at me. So just in that change alone within the last 5 or 6 years, you know, we got to be prepared for stuff.
Okay, great. Gentlemen?
And going back, you know, in the history of law enforcement, there was a time that in schools when there was a active shooter, an intruder, a typical law enforcement response was to contain that school, set up containment, and wait for a tactical or SWAT team to respond and enter that school. And today in law enforcement and with St. Louis County, we're teaching a different aspect all over the county where the first responding officers are entering that school. We're there to preserve life and eliminate that threat if possible. So, you know, law enforcement today is not sitting back waiting for that SWAT team to show up to do that. The first 4 officers, 3 officers that respond to that scene are making entry now into that school, into that building to deal with that threat.
Great.
And I think that's a strategy that's being deployed probably by most law enforcement agencies across the country. That all changed with the events at, you know, Columbine High School back in '99. So, you know, that was the direction law enforcement took. You know, one of the changes we see in law enforcement, and we see it all over the place, and people talk about it in their houses, is that there's no respect for authority anymore. And I don't know that that's the correct terminology that we should be using. It's not that the children that are out there today or the young adults don't respect authority, that they become, because of the nature of our society, they've become comfortable in questioning authority, or not necessarily questioning it, but challenging the rules. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as law enforcement understands that it's not a personal attack against them. It's just the evolution of society, that we have a very open society in the United States in which people can question what's going on around them without severe repercussion. And you know, we try to make sure that our officers understand that just because somebody tells you no doesn't necessarily mean they're disrespecting you, but they want you to be able to back up with what you're saying with more than because I told you so.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, I think we're moving pretty well along the agenda. Topic 1, the big picture, I think we can probably all agree that there are obviously changes in how we think about school safety these days. So moving on to topic 2, creating a culture of safety. I guess it's really about planning, or the failure to plan, and then the failure of the plan. And 3 points that we wanted to address, the first of which is an educational approach addressing victimization. How do you reduce the potential for retribution, rampage, paranoia that goes on? Would anybody like to start us on that topic, please?
Sure, I'll go ahead and jump in.
Thanks, Bob.
I think it has to happen with training of staff. And staff have to understand crisis management. Because until they understand a crisis plan, and every school has this plan in place and has procedures, are they comfortable? I don't think you're ever comfortable in dealing in a crisis situation, but that you've got the tools to execute it. And I know in many of our schools, and I know Officer Kip Heinley has worked in these trainings, and he may comment on the process that's being used in Madison County schools, that staff are knowledgeable as to what they're supposed to do. Okay, and I think knowing how you save lives, because every second matters when you have got a school under attack.
Absolutely.
So, Kip, you want to comment on the trainings that are done?
I know currently at our school we do evacuation drills. We take it to the max that we can take it. You know, we'll do surprise ones constantly at my school, and we will arm our kids with weapons. We will evacuate the school, we'll go to our rally point, and I'm many times the bad guy. The kids aren't allowed to throw stuff at me or attack me or anything like that, but it kind of gives these kids a sense, you know, because our principal will come on and say, we are doing an evacuation, we're doing an evacuation drill, and the teachers actually have to physically go out in the hallway, see where the threat is. If there's no threat and they're part of the building, they will evacuate. If they see me as the threat, there's other options they take to stay within inside their classroom. But it's, you know, testing and drilling is key because, you know, from grades K through 12, every kid knows what to do in a fire drill. So my goal is to get every kid in my district, K through 12, to know what to do when we do an evacuation drill, we do a threat drill. So.
Okay, good.
I think it's imperative that every school have a plan, no matter what the scenario is. And if they don't have a plan and they're not practicing those plans, they're far behind.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Back in Illinois now with the task force that Jeff had talked about earlier, one of the things that we realized after we started doing our research, we gathered a lot of information from other states, is that actually Illinois was a little bit ahead of the curve on this. And in the last 5 to 10 years, we have put into law a safety drill act for schools. And it's been actually very, very successful. And it requires every district to have a plan. It requires the district to have a school security officer. It requires the district to sit down with their local responders at least once a year, go through the plan, let the local responders look for deficiencies in the plan and so forth. So again, what we found in our research is that we probably really don't need to change the law in this regard, which is what Jeff had alluded to earlier, but it might be time to go back and do a little more education. We have in the last, again, 5 to 10 years passed new laws that requires instruction in schools on depression, suicide awareness, bullying, conflict resolution. All those things now are in place in Illinois, and several of those also requires the teachers to get trained in those. So we hope we're making some strides there, and as I hear the conversation, that make me feel a little better. I think we've done some things right back home.
Yeah, good. Well, it sounds like being a teacher is a lot different than what it was a couple of decades ago. There's so much more to it at this point in time. Dennis, were you going to say something?
I was going to ask a question of Jeff. At the beginning, you had mentioned that it's the position of the committee that you're on that they have unannounced drills. Now, as we're designing schools, and we get asked questions from parents and teachers all the time about, you know, how safe will the school be? Some of the feedback I'm getting is that they're more scared of the unannounced drill, not that they're both scared and feel that kids will be scarred by that. So I just thought I'd like to know what I can share with the people I work with.
Okay, so we had psychologists that came and spoke at our task force, and we also had David Esquith, who's Department of Education, Safety and Healthy Students. They're saying, I think there's some confusion, you know, an active shooter drill, they're saying if you do that at an elementary level, that it traumatizes the kid, and then there are potential lawsuits from the parents in that regard. So if you were going to do active shooter drills, you may want to do that at a high school level, possibly, or a middle school. But they also recommended maybe to get volunteers, and so where law enforcement, first responders, maybe do it on a Saturday, where they can get familiar with the building, and maybe have students that would like to volunteer, and they could do that possibly not during a school day.
So then the parents have a choice on whether they want their child to be part of
correct. And then the other piece,
unannounced drill.
Right, well, if it's an unannounced drill, that it doesn't always mean it's active shooter drill.
I get it.
But another way to maybe, you could announce, a lot of the districts in Illinois have a school outreach phone system where I think you were saying you let your teachers know a few minutes before, or you announce that there's a drill, but that you could send out text or a phone to all the parents or guardians prior to that, maybe 5 minutes, so they're not alarmed and they're coming to the school. because obviously there's a lot of communication through cell phone between parents and students. So that was maybe a strategy to implement if that did become law. But a lot of the districts are already doing the unannounced drills, is what we heard in the public hearing.
Good. I
Also,
want to ask Dr. Simpson to chime in, please.
From a school superintendent perspective, probably this is something law enforcement doesn't really have to deal with, but we have 2,100 students in our high school, and there's 2,100 cell phones in our high school. Middle school will be close to that. Elementary have more than you think. Anything that happens, if we got 2 or 3 police cars that drive up in front of our building, if we've got anything that looks like emergency response, those cell phones are going off. The students are horrible at getting the facts out. It's usually coming that we're under attack. I heard there was a shooting happening in parts of the building. Parents then panic. So what we've had to do on that side of it, we've got to get to our website almost immediately on a lockdown or anything which gets attention of the students. So the parents, as we've trained our parents, if you think there's something happening at our school, you go to our website. We will be on there within a minute or more or less, and we will tell you what's happening. So this would be an example of that. And I really appreciate our partnership with the police. Most of my campuses are in the county police, South County Police Precinct, the Afton Precinct. So they have a criminal that's running through the neighborhood, which happens. Somebody is being pursued. Well, we get a call that they're running towards the school. Maybe they'll try to get into school. So we go into lockdown, but then we've got to get on our website just like that, because it's just that we're in lockdown that all those fantasies are coming through those the cell phones. So I want to point that out, that you've got the parent reaction that's going to happen, and you've got to consider that very closely, because they build up things in their heads and they come to the building very emotional, and you've got to try to get that in a very calm state. The other thing I would point out also is I am very pleased that students do not have a culture of silence any longer. That they're not, that's been driven from them. They are not naive. When we find weapons in our school, it's almost always coming from a tip from a student, mainly sometimes to the SROs. We love our SROs. They have great partnerships. On social media, Instagram is something I've learned to dislike immensely. I don't worry about Facebook. They think Facebooks are for people my age, but Instagram, and Snapchat, is where someone with mental illness, a student with mental illness, will post something that rises to a concern to the fellow students that they share it with, and that will come to this. And often it's guns in the home. There's some reason that, there seems to be mental illness in terms of students wanting to show power, and they will take a picture of themselves with their father's pistol or something in front of them, knives, and then that goes out through Instagram and through all the people they share with, and then it walks right into the school. Usually, it doesn't even wait till Monday. Parents will call us almost immediately and say, there's something on the website, and we go into that. Usually there's nothing to it, but you've got to, as we've said, you've got to follow that. But it's a disturbed child that's wanting to impress or is wanting to broadcast power. Sometimes they're in a power struggle with their own peers, and they're wanting to show how formidable they are. And I'll finish with this, that also gets parents very upset when they see that, and they want that child excluded from the school forever. We've had a couple of executive board meetings by people, because a student posted a picture of them with weapons. They've done nothing, in many cases haven't been even in the principal's office, but because they've done that, it disturbs some parents so much that they don't want that child in the school any longer. But that's not what we can do. And then you get into freedom of speech. What you do in your house on a Saturday and post on the internet doesn't necessarily mean that what you say or what you take a picture of gets you out of school. They have legal rights also. You investigate it, but if you find nothing behind it, they still get to be in school. So those are the kinds of things that we're seeing in a culture of safety is how do we deal with those kinds of things, and what do we do on all the fronts on that as partners with the parents, partners with the police, partners with school administration to try to that. And in two cases this year, very emotional cases, it was students posting pictures of themselves with weapons. But when you get behind that, there's nothing behind that other than a crazy, disturbed child that just wants to have a cool picture. And you have to, those students are back in school after a thorough investigation. We often do psychiatric evaluations of students when they do that. We do have that. We can mandate you not getting back in till we get a medical expert to say that you're mentally, that you're where you need to be. But then they come back into school, and we're dealing with that all the time. That's a normal thing now. That's a normal cycle of posting weapons, looking scary, mental evaluations. Most of the time they show up that they're not a threat to anybody and they're back in school.
Good. Brent Gann, would you like to comment for us, please?
I would, Robert, thanks. In talking about creating a culture of safety, and we've been talking about within the school building itself to a large extent with the training of staff and all the resources we can bring to bear there. But I think we also need to think about creating a culture of safety beyond the school in the community. And we've been working on a project, and Paul can talk more about this, that will enlist parents and others in the community to be our eyes and ears for situations that may be suspicious that they need to report, called Schools Watch. Similar to a neighborhood watch program, that's the concept anyway, where through some technologies, parents and others would be able to, as someone mentioned, if you see something, say something. Well, this would enable them and enlist them to do that and to alert us to suspicious events outside of the school building as well. And Paul, do you want to talk about a little bit more how that would work?
Yes. Again, it really became evident, especially after the bomb threats that we saw before Christmas in LA and New York. And there was an awful lot of parents and grandparents and communities wringing their hands, and I fear for my child. I worry about their safety. And I, from my background in Homeland Security, I a long time ago developed the truism is that we can be afraid or we can be prepared. And we can engage people to feel like they have some control and have some ability to impact something in a positive way. So the idea of Schools Watch is to basically take an existing program, a neighborhood watch program, maybe a rural crime watch program, something like that, but then focus that energy around the school. Get the parents involved, get the neighborhood around that school involved, knowing what to recognize as far as what is suspicious activity, and then an appropriate way to report it. If it's something that needs immediate attention, call 911. If it's not, maybe you can contact a tip line with your local law enforcement agency, maybe with your intelligence fusion center or whatever. But again, it's all about building relationships. The parents building relationships with just the immediate neighborhood around that school, knocking on doors and soliciting their involvement, putting some signs up saying, hey, the neighborhood around here is watching this school. Maybe that would be a deterrent. But again, it's about empowering people, inviting them to get involved, make a difference. Don't just sit back and just worry and not know what else to do.
So how do some of the viewers of this program know more about that program you're describing where they can install it in their community? Is there a website they can go to?
We have a website, schoolsplural.org. That's schoolspluralwatch.org. We have, and again, talking about the social media, we have a Twitter feed, we have a Facebook link there, and we put stuff up, relevant stuff up there, tips on how to start a program, recognition signs of terrorism. We've got some videos. One of them, we recently had an individual by the name of Robert Putman talking about we need as communities, we're starting to gravitate towards your kid, my kid, what's best in my interest versus your interest. We need to go back to what was when we were all growing up, our kids, that concept of these are our kids, and we need to collectively come together. So we've got a video about that there, and just things like that at that website. But again, we urge them to embrace the existing resources out there that the National Sheriff's Association has embraced, this Neighborhood Watch program, things like that.
Okay, good. I wonder, Ben or Jeff, would you like to talk a little bit about crisis management plans while we're on that topic?
Sure. Again, as I said earlier, every school district in Illinois has to have a plan, have a procedure. Again, it's vetted through their local emergency responders, and we have a drill act that you have to drill them so many times per year. So, so mostly, I think it's at least it's in statute. Our association also provides policies for school districts, and about 80% of the school districts in Illinois use our policy on school safety, and it tells you again that you need to first of all have a designated security officer in your district, and then from there that person has one in each building, and then they meet so many times a year, and they come up with their plan. And also we link directly to FEMA and Homeland Security on some of their plans as well. So again, in Illinois, they're all doing that. Are some doing it better than others? Probably. And again, that's with Jeff and the task force that we're working on. What we're trying to get to is now, okay, how do we take that next step? What more education or training or prompting do we need to do so everybody is in compliance, and really ask a question, if you're not, why? What are there obstacles, and can we help you with those?
So again, same question, how do the viewers get an example of what this kind of plan looks like so that they can develop their own? Is there a website to go to?
Right now, there's not.
ISB site?
Yeah, our State Board of Education has some of it up there, and I think the FEMA,
I believe.
right, ASBE.net.
Okay.
And I believe that the FEMA plan is up there. One of the things we've talked about in our task force is exactly that question. There's all kinds of stuff out there. So what? So where is it? How do you get to it?
Yeah.
So we're talking about, can we find a common place where this is all stored, or maybe a website or something. And again, on the task force, we had the state police, we had the State Board of Education, our association's looking at it. I think we're going to get there where there's going to be a common depository,
Okay.
and we're not quite there yet.
So if one of the viewers downloads this template of what a safety drill looks like, who do they get assistance from to really put it together? Is it are the police willing to come in and offer that kind of assistance and walk them through it?
I'm sure most agencies in the country are like ours. We get requests like that from a school. We make sure that it's vetted through the proper authority with the school, because what we don't want to do is get in the business of inviting ourselves into a school district before the school district is on board with as a whole. So once that happens and the school district decides that they would like some assistance in developing these plans, I would be surprised if there was not a law enforcement agency out there that wouldn't be willing to help and encourage it.
Yeah, great. Well, I think some of the things we're talking about right now all fit into that category of providing a toolkit for our schools, obviously, which makes really good sense. I would like to back up for a minute and ask our SROs just to talk for a second about methods available to you as the SROs, and can you talk for a minute about learning through restrictive justice, or what approaches you might take on a regular basis at your schools? Rod, would you like to start?
I really don't agree with the restrictive justice.
Okay.
We have an understanding with our schools of when we have restrictiveness and when we don't. Number one, if they've committed a crime, I'm going to be restrictive to take them into custody. Number two, if they are a harm to themselves or others, under safekeeping. A few years ago, we had the problem where we have a violent kid, and a lot of that has to do with some mental illness, or our crisis intervention comes in. All of our SROs are CIT trained to deal with kids, because you have kids who have autism that react totally different. Being able to learn that autism, kid styles, and what to do to talk them down, or Asperger's. One of our biggest problems out in Franklin County is we had the big meth problem years ago, and now we're dealing with some kids who have some mental issues that were born addicted to meth. So their brain development hasn't been good. So we're dealing with a lot of anger issues through those kids. So you've got to take a proactive approach of not being that restrictive justice. And we want those kids to be able to feel free, and feel safe, and understanding. There are times where we just got to get the parents to come get them, because they're not gonna, they don't want to stay there.
Sure.
I think the biggest methods that we can understand is when we, as a law enforcement agency, we have to have a good understanding with the educational process. I'm fortunate enough to be in a community where law enforcement, schools, EMS, and fire all get together great. And when we talk about safety of our children, to be effective, you have to have that as a whole. And we review our safety plans all together and what we do. Our biggest problem is not being able to let kids, our kids, you want to look at it, they feel like they're entitlement. It's not really entitlement. Again, they're just been brought up in a society that they want to know. That's why they ask us, or they say, I don't have to do that.
Right.
I don't want to be restricted to that kid. I can explain to them why we do what we do. It's important that everybody get along, because it's for everybody's safety.
Sure.
But trying to be restrictive, I think it's like putting up a barrier. And I don't think we should put up our barriers for those kids.
Okay.
And it's an uphill battle. And I think it's still a learning process for all of us. It's something that's come to light. You see some people handle it differently, and some people handle it right. But
Okay, good. Well, those are good insights. Thank you. I'd like to ask Deputy Heinley to comment on that, and then I'd like to go to Sergeant Glenn, please, if you wouldn't mind after that.
As SRO, we have certain rights. Once you're inside a school full-time every day, you act as an administrator within inside that school even. So me as an SRO, I got, our main job there inside the school is protect those kids. And we do certain things to protect those kids. That way we have more freedom to search a car, search a locker, than as the average patrolman would. So, a lot of times when I'm dealing with a kid, I will, if we're dealing with them inside of assistant principal's office, I will just observe. I'll let the administration do the talking, do the questioning. I'll let the administration search a car, search a locker. I'll be there to guide them, towards issues. So yeah, as an SRO, we got a lot of we got some leeway with inside what we can and cannot do, which I think helps. It helps me. It helps the school, I think.
Sure.
Because our main focus, our main goal is there is to protect the kids, and that's why we tell kids, once you're on our property, we act as your parents. Our main goal is to protect you guys. So there are, there are certain things we can do that the average policeman cannot do when you're out on the streets on the weekends, stuff like that. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sergeant Glenn, would you like to comment on that, please?
Yeah, I think that what we have to understand is, coming from a law enforcement perspective, we deal with crime, and that our juveniles are just young individuals, but the laws are just slightly, the laws are the same, but we can't do certain things that we can with a juvenile that we can with, as far as questioning and photographing. But I think one of the biggest issues is what someone spoke to it earlier about what's going on inside their homes. I think there's, at least in the St. Louis public schools, they say 1 in 4 may be homeless, so they come to school, they have issues, and here comes a safety officer or maybe some interaction with an SRO or a police officer, and you don't know what they're dealing with. So one of the things we did to help kind of work with that situation is, I don't know if you're familiar with youth mental health training. It's a program where our staff, all of our security staff and some of our teaching staff were taught about this youth mental health, how to deal. It's really like conflict resolution, and how to deal with different situations. But I think coupled with the staff getting the training in that and conflict avoidance and training where you talk about de-escalation techniques and things like that. And then also with the students getting this training as well, it kind of brings it all around. So, you talk about, I don't know if you've heard of CPI.
Don't know that I have.
It's crisis prevention intervention.
Okay.
All those programs like crisis intervention on the police side, all of those programs come together, and I think it can make a better environment in the school. And I think if we took that three-pronged approach, educating the staff, the students, and with that collaboration with law enforcement, I think we can make some more headway in dealing with this situation.
Good, thank you. I want to continue to talk about safety drills and measuring the effectiveness, and then also talk about threat assessment teams. And I'll just comment that we're a little over an hour into the symposium, so thanks to everybody so far. We're moving pretty well down the agenda. I also want to acknowledge that we have Sarah Buchek from the Illinois Association of School Administrators who's joined us. Welcome, Sarah. Great to have you here. Sarah is Associate Director and Legal Counsel for IASA. So back to safety drills and measuring their effectiveness. I wonder, county police officers, would you like to comment about that and the safety drills, how often they might take place, and how do you know when you really have a good safety drill?
We, we, like most people in the room, got involved more with the safety and security of our schools several years ago, and we have gone through a variety of different protocol that we consider, what we would consider best practices. Okay. What we run into, though, is that the best practices for one school is not necessarily the best practices for another school, and it varies from district to district. What we did in 2014 is officers from our department offered up a safety assessment and training to every school district in St. Louis County, whether they be public, private, parochial, within one of our municipalities or within an unincorporated area that we serve. And our officers, that were specially trained in, school violence, went in and worked with the schools to identify issues or concerns that they thought the school should be aware of. And the schools in turn gave information to us that they felt that we should be aware of. The end result is that now I think we have a situation in St. Louis County where the majority of our schools, if not all of them, have some form of plan that people who will be responding are familiar with.
Okay, good, thank you. Would anybody else like to comment on that? Sergeant Glenn?
Yes, in St. Louis public schools, we have about 75 schools, and each school is required to do a minimum of 18 drills annually. That's for fire drills, intruder, tornado, and earthquake, and that's just the minimum. We also do it in the emergency operation plan that's renewed annually as well, and it's been vetted, through SEMA, City Emergency Management, and so it's all within that guideline. And in addition to that, with SB 75 that came into law in 2013, doing the active shooter response training, where the staff is being educated on how to respond in active shooter incidents, and that's some training that we have coming up this February 26th. So I think when you start dealing with safety, all of the preparedness, I think the drills are very important to preparedness, because more than likely, if you don't have a system or if you don't practice or work it, it'll be chaos, when an actual situation occurs.
Sure. Okay, good, thank you. I'm going to ask Lieutenant Johnson to address this next topic, and I hope everybody will chime in on it, and it's probably a topic that not everybody wants to discuss all the time, but how about arming our schools? How do you know if that's the right answer for you? Is it even a consideration that we should be talking about?
Arming the schools, okay, can you give me a little bit more on that, as in what way? You mean with officers?
With officers, with having weapons at
the
school?
schools?
Yes.
Teachers?
Yeah, you're talking a whole nother ball of wax.
Absolutely.
You know, when you start talking about arming schools, now you're talking about training, now you're talking about liability, you're talking about a lot of stuff that goes into that, when the simpler process is what we have in arming our first responders, you know, so that they can respond. So when they get there, they can take an active approach and try to diffuse the situation as much as they can. When you start talking about arming schools, then you got to really start going into the backgrounds of the people that you're arming.
Absolutely.
And then you got to worry about, in some schools, if the students discover, you know, where your weapons are, and they decide to revolt or come together and get a bunch of weapons. Now we've created a situation that's going to go way beyond, you know, the things that we're imagining, and it's going to go directly in the face of some of the things that we're trying to prevent in the first place. You know, we've talked about mental health, we talked about unstable environments and the different things that kids are experiencing. So now we're going to take some of those kids, just like he was talking about earlier. You know, you get a kid on Instagram that puts up some pictures of with his dad's guns, and he's trying to flex and do all that kind of stuff, and they evaluate him, and there's nothing wrong with him, and then he goes to school and he gets a couple of his buddies, and they clear the evaluations, and they get all of the guns. Now we've got a whole nother situation. So that topic right there, I'll be telling you, I'm strictly against anything remotely close to that, and I would, you know, guess that my fellow law enforcement in here would probably say the same things. Because it just creates a...
Well, I know it's a very hot topic. It's a divisive topic, but I bring it up only because we think about sometimes the rural communities where your police chief, your emergency person is also the fire chief and part-time principal. You know, how do you handle those kind of instances? Paul, did you want to comment?
I'd like to chime in here. Again, the Center for Education Safety is a part of the Missouri School Boards Association, where we serve large school districts in major metropolitan areas, small rural school districts where it may be 15, 20 minutes before a law enforcement response could get there. And we don't take a position on do you arm staff or don't you arm staff. However, we have two things that we're very adamant about. First of all, it has to be a community decision. What's appropriate for you? What's probably not appropriate, maybe in downtown St. Louis or some other major metropolitan area, may be very appropriate in a rural county where you only have one officer maybe on duty in the daytime shift for the rural area, and it may be 20 minutes before he gets there. They may have staff that would be very appropriate to train that has maybe a military background or something like that. That in the rare instance that you might have to need that to stop a violent act, that might be appropriate. But the other thing is, then again, we're telling you if it has to be a community decision. It has to be discussed at the community level. All the stakeholder communities need to weigh in on it. Law enforcement, the legal aspects of it, the staff, the school, parents even need to be involved in that conversation. And then if you go that route, again, you absolutely have to train. You have to have training jointly with the law enforcement, so you know how they're going to respond. They know how you're going to identify yourself, things like that. And then also some other safety nets in place. In law enforcement, if an officer is involved in a shooting, even if it's a good shooting, there's going to be emotional stress and trauma and stuff. Sure. And law enforcement has dealt with this for years and years and years, and they have safety mechanisms in place to help those officers get through that. Schools have nothing, so you need to be thinking about those liability aspects of it also, if you go that route. So it's a decision that you shouldn't go into haphazardly. You need to give it serious thought.
Right. Well, it sounds like what you're telling us also is that there is no cookie cutter approach to what you do from one district to another along the way. Those are good comments. Colonel Bader, did you want to say something?
Everybody wants to comment on this one. I can ask. Sergeant Glenn first.
I don't think ever in the city of St. Louis, in the St. Louis public schools, you will see teachers and administrators armed. However, we do have a unique situation where we have supervisors and mobile inspectors that are armed and they have cars. We have about 18, and our district is broken down into three areas. So they respond, but they train with St. Louis City and County for getting their licensing and firearms training. So like Lieutenant Perry Johnson was saying, training, that training is essential. You know, there's liability, so they annually qualify twice a year, and you know they do what they need to do there. So that's one unique perspective, and that's mainly only in the middle and high schools. But those same officers do go by all of the elementary schools as well to ensure that things are safe there as well.
Okay, good.
After the Sandy Hook incident, we had a meeting with all of the school districts that wished to participate in St. Louis County. And Tim Fitch was the chief at the time, and we really thought that the school districts at that point were going to embrace arming some of their staff. And what we found is as a police department, what we found is the opposite is true. You know, basically what Mr. Fennerwald was saying is that it's a district by district decision. Overwhelmingly, the majority of the districts are not in favor of it, and that's their call because it is a community decision. And even within that, there was some variance on how much the school districts wanted to do and different approaches they wanted to take. But several of the superintendents that were involved in this discussion voiced a common theme, is that the purpose, any individual in life can do one job really, really well. And the purpose of our school officials and our school administrators and our school teachers is to instruct and train and teach our children. And it's the purpose of law enforcement to protect them. So what we looked at in St. Louis County is that we know a couple things about school safety. Is the threat's always going to be there. It's always going to take a set period of time for law enforcement to respond. So the best thing that we could do in cooperation with the schools, because arming the schools is I don't think ever going to occur, is increase the amount of time that the school is able to afford safe protection to their children or to their residents, so to speak, and decrease the amount of time that law enforcement takes to get there. So, you know, that's what we, that's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, but that's basically what came out of that discussion, is that, you know, the school districts and law enforcement be on the same page on what is happening within the schools to increase the amount of time it takes law enforcement to get there, and law enforcement and schools being on the same page allows a quicker response time and a more informed decision when we take action.
Just a quick comment. When the Department of Ed, David Esquith, was at our task force, he seemed opposed to arming teachers, and there were several incidences where the weapons, when a teacher was armed, that they accidentally discharged. So those were the concerns that he had when he made a presentation to our task force.
Well, it also falls back on when we talked about earlier, the perception, and especially the perception for the youth. You know, when we're introducing guns into a school, this raises the whole feeling of this isn't a safe learning environment. Now my teachers are carrying guns. And I just think that's something to caution anyone thinking about that, what are we bringing into the school when we talked about a safe, comfortable learning environment?
Good point.
That topic actually came up in our district here a couple years ago. And when we look at some of our educators, are some of them capable? How are educators in the room understand through the ranks of education, you understand your job is to maintain your school, make sure that they get your curriculum done, and your focus is really not on a firearm on your side. We in law enforcement train every year, and it's been drilled into us from year to year, weapon retention. We don't not only know how to shoot our weapon, but we also know how to retain it and keep it. Focus and training. If a teacher's teaching, they're not going to focus on where their weapon's at. So that becomes an availability to someone who really wants. Because if somebody's mindset knows the teacher's up there teaching, they're going to get that gun, they're going to go get it. Where on law enforcement side, you know, we're trained to keep our weapons and retention. The other thing is, we do active shooter drills twice a year. We do one over Christmas break, we do one big one in the summer, and we invite our teachers. The problem is you guys know from the shootings in the past, if a shooting happens in a school, you'll end up with a couple hundred officers there from all over. We'll have officers from St. Louis County show up. Do they know my staff? If they go in the hallway and they see somebody with a gun, do they know they're our staff? What are we gonna do?
Yeah,
So
sure.
our
Great point.
perspective is the guy with the bag, the guy with the gun in the building is the guy we need to take out. We don't need those extra deterrents.
Yeah, great.
And if you have staff members armed, is their focus on keeping those kids safe? Or do they feel obligated to go after the bad guy?
Right.
Let the professionals deal with taking the bad guy out and keep those kids safe. And that's what we came down to. Shoot good, but just because you shoot good, does that make you able to retain your weapon when you're focused on everything else? We've been training our careers. I'm always knowing where my sidearm is and how to retain it. But educators know how good a shot they are. They're not training that. Now, school's gonna spend that much money to send administrators to shooting training.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Deputy Heinley to comment on that, and then I'd like to go to Sarah in case you might have a comment you'd like to add to that as well. Deputy?
My feeling's the same as all the other law enforcement here. I don't believe arming teachers or principals is the right idea. The biggest deterrent towards school shootings is an SRO inside the building, as a police officer, because most of the school shootings that have happened across the country have been unarmed, have been schools that did not have SROs at them. So I feel if you're going to spend the money to train your teachers, train your administrators, and do whatever, the better use of that money would be to get an SRO inside your building. Or if not even a full-time SRO, if you could hire police officers for extra duties to sit inside a building, I think that's a great idea too. But I think we're pretty much in consensus as law enforcement that we don't want those extra guns inside that school.
Okay, that's great. I'd like to ask Sarah to comment on that, and then maybe go to Jamie and to Melissa as well. Sarah?
And I'll piggyback with Ben. But I think absolutely, like, we want our administrators, and I think I can safely speak for the teachers as well, exactly what the gentleman said across the table is we want them focused on educating. We want them focused on what's happening. And I would much rather see time, resources, allocations not spent on training or or arming our schools, but rather getting the appropriate personnel to those schools. So in our rural situations, yes, we have very rural situations in Illinois where we may not have a law enforcement officer there for 25, 30 minutes. Sure. We all know, how long Sandy Hook took. We all know what that looks like, but I would much rather spend their time and resources on how to protect them, protect themselves through safety and getting people there, finding money to help get someone in closer proximity than actually providing, weapons to our administrators. Right. And from the legal standpoint, as representing administrators, that's just not, and that's not, yes, they may be very avid hunters, or they may take up on as a side, as a hobby. It's much different in a crisis situation than it is in those other situations. And I wouldn't be supportive of that from, not only from how, from the law enforcement perspective, but from just the plain liability and personal responsibility that contains.
Right. Yeah, and it's a topic, that we hear every once in a while that comes up. It may not be popular, but we'd be remiss if we didn't bring it to the table here for everybody to discuss.
Yeah, we get all of our positions from our members. Very democratic organization, resolutions, a delegate assembly process. So on policy decisions and legislative decisions, our position is based on that. And we did have 3 years ago a proposal from a district to do precisely this. It failed on a procedural vote at our delegate assembly, so it was never put into place. But there are people thinking about it, certainly. And as Sarah said, mostly more rural downstate Illinois.
Okay, good. Jamie, do you have some comments relative to this?
Well, I would find it very hard to imagine any of our heads of school or administrators having to bring into the interview process as they're looking for qualified teachers this notion of then and additionally having the option even of being able to protect their students. Our schools, again, by their very nature, are designed to be very open, welcoming, warm, safe communities. So I think that the notion of arming teachers or administrators would be very counter to the whole existence of our schools. And I can't imagine a scenario where any one of our schools would embrace that.
Melissa, do you have any thoughts?
Just a real quick follow-up. I think as Paul articulated, This isn't something we necessarily encourage at all, but we do believe that it is a community decision because we do have some unique circumstances. But we also take into consideration that most of our perpetrators in our school shootings have been children. And, when you're talking about trying to, detain or eliminate that situation, that's a challenge for any of us, but particularly for educators who don't have the kind of training and don't have the kind of ongoing training to be put in that position. And so, that's part of our that we have with our schools who are debating this issue. It's very, very complicated. It is not as easy as it sounds with some of the sound bites we hear in some of the political discussions around this. So, and you can see the passion that we're all exhibiting. It's something that needs to be taking a considerable amount of time. If you are thinking about that as an option, as Paul articulated, it needs to have considerable amount of discussion, arm in arm with your law enforcement community to determine if this is the right move.
Okay, great, thank you. We're about 30 minutes out before we take our first break and before we begin to rotate some folks onto the live radio program. So as we wrap up topic number 2, I think we can all agree that creating a culture of safety is very, very important, obviously, for our schools. And I'm going to ask Dennis to tee up topic 3, which is where we're now going to talk about physical deterrents and the fact that time really does save lives. And we'll talk here a little bit about how we can protect our schools from vehicles, also what we can do by way of our Welcome Center. And let me also say at this point in time, we've also been joined by another guest, Lieutenant Colonel Ronnie Robinson from St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate that.
Sorry for being late. I had a DEA conference to attend.
Okay.
Collaboration with the city, so
okay, good.
To address the heroin problem.
Okay. Well, welcome. We're glad you're here. Dennis, would you like to talk about topic 3? Get that started for us, please.
Well, it's interesting to see how schools have evolved in their planning and design over the decades. Anywhere from Soldan School back in the early 1920s to what we're doing today, what our firm's design has changed dramatically. So when we talk about the 21st century school, it has all kinds of new components to it. It has technology, it has changes in how different types of curriculum and instructional programs and hands-on learning and on we go on with that. So it's really about creating an environment for learning, different learning styles and teaching approaches and so on. But the safe school is one that has now emerged as really in the forefront. And I'm going to go through some images, and these are going to be posted on the live feed for the audience. This happens to be a school in Illinois, a high school, and what you see there is protecting the entrance. There was about 5-6 years ago where a woman, I guess, passed out at the steering wheel and drove into a classroom and killed a student. So all of a sudden that sensitivity throughout the community was very large. But that has also continued on to really protecting someone with a car that would decide to drive through the front of the school. I know they do it for gas stations and hardware stores. Why not a school? So this is an example of showing what is a series of concrete letters that are embedded in reinforcing bars that a car will not get through that. That's entirely possible. Also, there's a welcome center, which is a vestibule that's secured that keeps intruders out. One of the other items I'd like to mention is an age-appropriate safe room. This happens to be a safe room that's in between 2 regular classrooms. In essence, this is an early childhood center where we're trying to do 2 things: improve the learning environment in the classroom to get the coats and the book bags out of the classroom and provide another wall for the teacher to teach with marker boards and smart boards and tack spaces. So all this is in a separate room. That room happens to be a concrete box, if you will. If you've ever seen a box culvert out there, it is concrete sides, the bottom, sides, and top. And if you can see the door at the end, it's latched in 3 locations. So not only is it a safe room where kids can go to in the case of an intruder into the school, but if there's severe weather, which we haven't talked about here, rather than waiting for FEMA and get funding, which may or may not occur anytime soon, since everyone is competing for the funding. You can implement this today. It's very affordable, and the construction industry knows how to build these kinds of places. So what I found interesting is the reason it's age appropriate is kids don't go into that room just because of an intruder. They go into it 3 or 4 times a day to get their gloves, to go outside and play, to get their book bag, whatever it is. So they're always going in and out. And the feedback I get from staff is when it's time to go into that room, rather than having 5-year-olds go down the hall 8 classrooms to a gym that is supposed to be safe, which you probably won't get there in time, they go right into that room. So I just wanted to share that. It's all about age appropriateness. And one solution does not fit all, as I see in 21st century schools.
Dennis?
Yes.
I actually just had the opportunity to visit this school on an actual tour. And I would highly recommend, if you have trips or anything, this early childhood center, what you don't see in this picture is this was when it was first built. This is now full of color. So there's posters, and this is their locker room, and so this actually wedges between 2 kindergarten rooms, and so those kindergarten rooms literally filter into that. And the superintendent, his name is Rick Johnston. If anyone wants to write that down, he loves to actually go in, but it literally, it literally will close in and lock in, and those kids don't know, right, that they are now in a protected, safe environment. It's an amazingly safe feeling. And so if you guys are looking for different alternatives, this is an amazing school to go visit. And when you walk into those rooms, you have no idea that that's actually a safe room. And I think we can give no better gift to that small of child than safety and security, and they just really knocked it out of the ballpark on that. So I really encourage you to take a trip, if you could, if you're in Central Illinois, to see this school district.
You know, I talked to Rick just a few days ago, and you know, when you're used to a certain school of safety, you don't know how safe it is until you compare it to a school that's not perceived as safe. So what Rick did, he had a safety and security drill where he brought over the staff from another school that'll eventually be moving into this building as part of an expansion. And the feedback that Rick shared with me was that the staff of the other school was just so surprised at the feeling of this school, because it's a feeling that you're in control. There is an actual path to get to a safe zone quickly, within steps. So it's really interesting as the designs of safe schools continue to develop. They're quite special. You know, it's really a special place to be in an improved learning environment, which is really what we set out to do. Dr. Simpson, yes?
If I could just comment a second on that. First of all, that goes right along with our philosophy at the Center for Education Safety about, first of all, where you can have dual usage, just things, a shelter for a tornado. It's also a place for an active shooter, things like that. But the other really point I want to make is that we need to take a holistic, balanced approach to school safety. We spent most of our time talking about active shooters, but we haven't talked about weather-related events. We get into a lot of schools doing school safety assessments, and we use a vulnerability hazards assessment process that was pioneered in the Homeland Security program, looking at all your vulnerabilities, active shooter, bombings, arson, stuff like that. And when we, in all the schools that we've been in so far where we've done that process, we have input looking at historical occurrences and probabilities and things like that. While active shooter is usually on a scale of 1 to 5, down there around 1.82, the weather-related events, the tornadoes, things like that, are always up there 3.5, 3.8, going on 4, things like that. So we got to stay focused on taking a balanced approach to it. We can't just focus only on securing the exterior, the doors. We got to worry about things like where do we shelter our kids if we have a tornado.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
Now in Illinois, this or something like it is required in all new school construction, and you have to have a storm shelter.
I might add that traditionally the classroom is the safe haven, and what I understand happened at Sandy Hook was that in order to lock the door, the classroom door, you had to go outside in the hallway. Not a safe way of doing it. So on our break, we have security door hardware out in the lobby that you can look at, which is lockable from the inside. And of course, tempered glass looking into the classroom, and some safety film on that, all aimed at really having the teacher have a safe place to go and lock it. This just takes it one step further and makes it age appropriate. Dr. Simpson can probably speak on this one. This is a secured playground because it's inside, if you will, surrounded by the building itself. We can secure buildings all day long, and we'll talk about some of these ideas. But a lot of times, the site plan is developed where the playground is off to the side. Might have a fence, chain link fence, may not. Well, you know, that's where you're really weak. And this is an area that provides total safety for those kids.
Yes, this is our Lindbergh Early Childhood Center, one of them, we have two. But we wanted safety to be paramount in this building. And for that, it's shaped like a horseshoe. And so the classrooms all have doors, individual classroom doors that exit into the play area, which is the center of the building. And in the back of the horseshoe is a large metal fence, and it's also maybe 10 feet off the ground, so it's not at ground level in the back. And it's been a great success. Parents really like it, students really like it, and it's a good way to do a building. It's a good way for the young children to keep everything in play. And then, of course, parents coming to the front of the building go through all the security there of the double doors, and they have to be buzzed in, and so it's been a big success.
I'm going to use the concept of welcome center. Does everyone know what that means? That's another way of calling a secured vestibule, or in police terms, a sally port, to keep people out and let them get checked in. One of the things that is sometimes not safe is the walls when you go into the actual reception area. Someone gets buzzed in, or someone follows the person that just got buzzed in. And this was taken 3 days ago when the weather was, I think it was about 32. Very cold. It was very cold. Yep. This is ballistic test, and as you came in our lobby, you saw these same 3 panels. And what we're showing here is an officer of the tactical team for St. Louis County, that we had 3 wall panels, typical that you'd find in front of a receptionist, that the first one on the left was just the typical 5/8 inch drywall with bad insulation, which you see in all schools. And every bullet that was shot, a 38, a 9mm, and the rest went right through, not a surprise. The next wall was the same thing, but filled with sand. And to our surprise, all the ammunition went through those walls as well. But the last wall, we went to the hardware store and got rock that you would have around your house and filled that with rock. And none of the ammunition went through that wall, penetrated. It's out there, you could go look at it, except for the shotgun. The shotgun did penetrate it. But it was pretty interesting. I asked the officer, I said, how often do you think an intruder with a shooter would have a shotgun? He says, at least what he shared with me was, it's not as frequent that they would have a shotgun as opposed to a pistol or any patrol rifle. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was very interesting, and the reason for sharing this is everybody's looking for practical ways to harden their school. And for the schools that are already constructed, you're not going to tear it down, tear out this section and rebuild it. So you can actually pour into these walls some rock. Now, I would advise before doing that to go get your own test. But this was the test that we did, and it just said that there's some promise to that kind of technology. And it's interesting when we're designing a school and we're having what we call programming meetings with all the staff, it's the receptionist that is the most fearful, because they're at the front door and all this planning sounds good, but they're still saying, protect me because I'm the first one that is confronted. So I wanted to share that.
Dennis, I just wanted to interject real quick too. We're about 15 minutes out from our break, and I'm saying that for everybody here, but also for our video streaming team, so that they can be prepared to move over to the live radio when we get started there again. And then one other comment I wanted to make, and you can talk to this if you would. Probably you didn't notice, but as you came in through our lobby, we do have security glass. We have security film on all the glass that's up front there, and it's part of the videos that we have available on YouTube if you want to see how easy that installation is. And again, it goes back to buying time to save lives at some point.
All right, it's kind of interesting, in our office, where it's located, we've had 2 incidences where a person broke into the glass. They got a large canister, they were beating on the glass, and they finally got through, and we have security alarms and all that, but they still broke the glass. I welcome that person to try it again. So we're ready this time. Just like we're talking here, it's good to be ready with a plan. I don't know if Lieutenant Robinson wants to chime in before the break at all on what you've experienced in how schools are designed.
Well, as far as in St. Louis, our schools, are pretty wide open in the schools, and definitely I see some things just looking at your list here that could really improve the safety of the children in the schools. So I compliment you guys, and we'll go ahead and go for the break.
Okay, that's great. One of the things, I don't know if we want to get into it now, which is some of the floor plans of the various schools to talk about.
Well, I don't know if you want to talk more about technical applications as well with cameras and systems, but Lieutenant Johnson and Rod Tappy also have given us some feedback, Deputy Heinley, relative to those site plans that we shared with you in advance. And we're not going to ask you to talk about specific buildings necessarily, but maybe some generalities after we talk for a minute about technology applications.
Okay. Well, they're always inventing new technology. And what we find is it all sounds good until you try to install it. And then for a variety of reasons, either the installation is hard to accomplish or it really doesn't work as it was conceptualized. So I find that certainly cameras, but you have to have someone to watch those cameras. And you really have to have that person at the front door with a direct line of sight and the ability to control the situation. Nobody gets in. Just nobody gets in. We're looking at schools because of people of that approach of not getting in until you're buzzed in, of providing some safety from the weather. Because sometimes it's the good parent that is out there and they're getting rained on and they can't get somebody to answer because that person is at the copy machine. So we are allowing them into the vestibule, but they can't get in beyond that. We've not had an experience where a kid has then opened the inside vestibule door to let them in because the building code requires that you have to get out, so someone can't open the door. But you can't open the door from the outside to get in. So you have to then go into the administrative office. So we do sometimes have vestibules full with 4 or 5 people out of the weather trying to get into the school. But again, the success is they can't until they're buzzed in. So that's kind of most of that kind of technology, try to keep it simple and not rely on it.
Lieutenant Johnson, would you like to talk just for a couple of minutes about our conversations previously relative to the aerial shots and some of the site plans that I gave you, please?
I approach it from if someone was approaching the schools and the surrounding areas, accessibility, the streets, what's around the school. Is it a wooded area? Is it an open area? Distance travel to get to that actual location. And this one here looked at the fact that, you got a neighborhood that's behind the baseball fields, that's behind the football fields. And, so it's going to give someone some distance to come from that back way. Coming from that side way, you have a road that leads right into the parking lot of the school. So someone can easily assess that parking lot, which they can assess the school from that area. Also, you got one main road at the front of the school, which the majority of people are going to probably come from that area. I didn't think this was a bad location because there's a lot of space around it and gives you a lot of reaction time, gives you a lot of things to see if you have a good camera system. The one worry that I thought was if somebody came there, did something, tried to run and get into that neighborhood, then you've exposed them to that neighborhood. You got to go through the neighborhood to try to locate that person or whatever situation has come about.
Deputy Heinley, would you like to comment on that before we move off that shot?
Yes, I do like the access. You have multiple access points for law enforcement, for emergency personnel. You have you have 3 on the front and you have the 1 from the back side, which if something were to happen, a school shooting were to happen, you're going to have, 100 police cars there. it's not going to bottleneck everything up because there's ample room for people to access the parking lot, access the building.
This happens to be that floor plan, which is very traditional. Different houses or clusters that can be locked off in the evening so that the center is really used for community use in terms of the gym with the stage and cafeteria and so on and so forth. But what you see here is a vestibule that's relatively small that needs to be enlarged. And then the ability to go right into the right, which is a reception area. So if the viewers are watching the live streaming and see that their school is similar to this, it's fairly easy to enlarge that vestibule. Now, it's not always small dollars, but that's the place that can be the control point. We were talking about a wooded area. Again, these schools are not named, but this is a large middle school that was designed about 20 years ago. Some of you may know the school, but lots of woods, outdoor classrooms, and this was planned and designed at a time where safety was really not on the forefront of anybody's thinking. It was really about providing a quality environment with different types of outdoor classrooms, with water management and the rest. So there's one way in, basically. There's a side entry to the delivery dock. Other than that, the police have no access.
Any thoughts you'd like to share, gentlemen?
Me personally, I do not like, because there's one road in, it's a narrow road, it's a neighborhood road, so there again, when you have multiple fire departments, police departments, you're going to have police cars and fire trucks parked half a mile down the road trying to access, because you got the circle drive, which isn't real big. You might be able to get two across, but that's it. But there again, a better design maybe when this building was designed to have access point from the back, a wider road leading into it, because it's just, as the law enforcement side, it's just going to get bottlenecked with emergency personnel cars.
Okay. The plan is very wide open. Back in the day where windows weren't as important, so it's a very large school, and just a different design at a different time. The last is a school that has more than just one front door. It has two front doors. One that is an activities entry from your side to the left, and the other one for the academic day. Again, tight coming in, there's woods in the back. How far away should the woods be before you would call it safe? No woods, I say.
Visibility. That one's wide open. You can see a lot more access points. You got way more access points. If you got to get emergency personnel in there, you can get them in there. You got a large parking lot. You got just a substantial amount of space to get everyone in there and to get people out of there. And you have operating room. You have room when you can't operate. You can get people in there, especially if you need more personnel there, you can call and tell them to come from different angles, things of that sort. Yeah, you do have a wooded area. It's going to take a little bit for somebody to get to that wooded area, and you can just get personnel there to get what you need done.
That's good feedback. And for anybody here, if you haven't had an opportunity to look at these, we're certainly willing to share those with you again if you have any other feedback you'd like to give to us.
Yeah, the feedback I get from all the districts we work with, it's not funds to do some of this. They don't know exactly what the best list, if you will, that it needs to work itself. And some assistance.
Before, under an amazing director, to secure funds, and write out grants. And the entire purpose of the grants were to do the small changes. For instance, the film, so it wasn't, it was a significant pot of money. It was like $3 or $4 million, but when you look at 864 school districts, but what it was really designed to do is to help schools be able to find very finite points to do, such as cameras, and such as a lot of schools utilize it to do the bulletproof glass in their vestibules and different things like that. Schools did it to be able to secure their perimeter, different things like that. So I would really highly encourage, and although like we're facing huge budget crunches in Illinois and across the nation, there is money out there, whether it's from private, public grants. Those type of dollars are there if we go looking for them. It's just very difficult because of the resources of our individual school districts to have grant writers and different things like that. But I would highly encourage, since this is Missouri and Illinois audience, that they dig deep to find those funds, because, for instance, that window was a very short window for Illinois schools. It was something like a month. But we did everything we could to get it out there and say, okay, you guys have a month to file this. Talk to your police, assess your schools. It's coming on, and boom, once it was alive, then we had our schools prepped and ready to go. But I would highly recommend that we all continue to work together to find those dollars, because they can be there.
I actually helped write the grant for my district cameras now. I did put the bulletproof film on we got them in all of our schools now too. So it was well worth the effort it took for us to do it, to get this money. I mean, basically my superintendent said, hey, give me your wish list of what you want for improvements for your school and the whole district. And I gave him my wish list, and I got everything I wanted except for speed bumps in my parking lot. But it was well worth it, and I'm glad we're able to get that money for my district.
We implemented, every building. I've got 18 doors in my high school. So we've actually implemented that the staff use only 5 of those, which are all coded to their ID. They swipe to come in those 5 doors. All our law enforcement, all our duty cars have a key fob, so they get into those 5 doors quickly, and they're all numbered. Having 2 accesses is pretty tough. We do that at our high school. We have one on the north side, one on the south side. However, those doors are manned by staff who know who's coming in, and they can quickly have the door deactivated and be locked in the morning. That's your biggest time, is threat time that we worry about the most, is the beginning of school and after school when those doors are flying open. We've actually had compromises with our secretaries and administration. We've had some similar issues with this building in particular, where you have to walk a ways to get to your receptionist. So now signage is important, that your visitors all use one door. Our secretary makes eye contact with you and asks, how can I help you, to let them into the secured area. We bring the students to them instead of them to the students. Even if they come in and see the nurse, we bring the kid back up to the vestibule to let them out. As safe as we can make it. I'm fortunate enough that the buildings I'm in have cameras, and they're upgrading our cameras right now, which are great. We make sure that our outside, when I sit in my office, I can actually see a 360-degree view of everything outside my high school. So something's going on, I'm going to catch it. But I also have pictures of the inside doors on another monitor, so anybody coming in those doors, if I've got to go quick.
Good. I want to let Paul comment as we close out the first part of the session, but before you do that, Paul, I just want to mention real quick, we are going to break here momentarily for lunch, but then we also want to rotate our first group onto the KTRS Big 550 radio program, Issues in Education. And for that first group, we'd like to ask Jeff Vos, Ben Schwarm, Bob Diber, and Sarah Buchek if you would be available to go on first.
This is great. Every school district, every community doesn't have that luxury. You all talked about what that costs. Solutions like that, where you don't have the money, if you get the critical thinkers to come together, you can find those solutions. You can make your school safer. You just have to have the right attitude.
Right. Thank you. That's a great point. Well, I think at this point we're going to wrap up the first session. We obviously could take 4 days to talk about all the things we want to talk about here instead of 4 hours, 3 of which are going to be the symposium, 1 of which is going to be issues in education. So for our video stream viewers, we're going to begin to move to issues in education. We're also going to have some one-on-one conversation as we stop and have lunch along the way. So if anybody wants to engage and talk to us, feel free to raise your hand and let us know you're interested in doing that. If you don't want to, that's okay as well.
And then we'll be coming back in here and summing it up.
Yeah, we'll
for
come
the
back, we'll
viewers.
talk a little bit more about funding, and then, okay, how do we take everything we just talked about in theory, and how do we operationalize that and make that become a reality? So thank you for participating in the first part. Enjoy your lunch, and if the first group of 4 could move out to the hallway, and we'll move over to issues in education. Thank you.
Mark and Jimmy. Right around the corner, it's winfields.net. If you want to check them out on the web, they have a
accidents or major trouble spots due to road work. Construction, though, is out there in St. Charles County.
Hey, Howard.
Northbound 79 at Salt Road.
How about roll into give you a break. Not yet. Of Education. They're hosting once again an Issues in Education Roundtable, and joining us is Dennis Young, President, CEO here at Ittner. First question, Dennis, has to be, you were on the other side of these doors. You were having a nice, wonderful symposium with administrators and law enforcement officials talking security, and you've got cameras set up. It's a really well-done professional operation. And then on the other side of the doors, you have Martin and Randy giggling about dead or alive, and it's like, were you able to focus in there? Were we, and probably Randy more than Martin, coming through the doorways there? Were you able to focus?
We saw you both come in. We certainly heard you.
You heard us
we heard
before?
Randy. We heard Randy before.
Thank you.
You're
See,
welcome.
Now I feel better.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing at Ittner?
It's great. You know, the symposium that we have has brought in the experts from both the Illinois and Missouri side. They're the leaders in education, leaders in law enforcement, first responders, school security officers, and everybody. And the purpose of the symposium is there's no greater responsibility than we have than keep our kids safe. And it takes everybody to kind of share that knowledge. And rather than rehashing the whole topic of safety in schools, we thought we would advance that knowledge. So we're talking about a whole series of things that hopefully the viewers can learn from and implement immediately in their schools. So we have Jamie Diver, we have everybody from private schools to public schools all being represented. So it's a great program.
And in your world, the architectural world, we're talking designs, and in some places it's not a brand new school, maybe it's a redesign. How much has safety been in the conversation?
Well, it's very important in all the existing schools. What we just did a couple days ago were ballistic tests on wall systems. And what we found was, using the tactical team from the St. Louis County Police Department, found that one of the wall systems actually stopped the majority of the ammunition. 38 pistols, 9mm, 380s, and so on. And we have that out in our lobby. And what it was taking a very typical drywall and in the cavity pour rock. And rock stopped everything but a shotgun blast that was right next to the wall. And it was very interesting. Now,
and it sounds harsh to think about it, but it's important, you know. I mean, to think about guns and walls, but that's what we're dealing with.
Well, it's interesting. When we're planning a school with safety in mind, you know, we have that secured front door. We call it the Welcome Center. But the person that sits on the other side is the receptionist. So the receptionist is very interested in knowing what kind of materials we're going to be using around that her desk or his desk. And everyone's familiar with safety glass and ballistic glass, but it's the wall. And so we thought we would do some of these tests, and it's something that you can go down to the hardware store and get the rock and pour it into the cavity wall. Now, those were the results that we found. Now, I have not had any scientific studies, but you see the picture here of that tactical officer with his assault rifle, and it did stop it. So I think that's at least promising, and anyone who's interested in doing that for their school, they might want to do their own test, get their own comfort level with it, but from what I saw, it was very promising.
Dennis Young is the president here, Ittner Architects. So how did it all begin for Ittner? Was it always school design? Did it morph into that, or how many years have you been doing this?
Well, you know, we started as an office back in 1899, and as you go through the decades of school design, you know, Solden High School and Beaumont High School and all these others, they were designed with different principles in mind.
By the way, some beautiful schools. When
Yeah.
you look at the facade and the brick and the entryway, rather grand looking buildings.
Very grand, natural ventilation, all kinds of things that made it really a warm school. Fireplaces and some, stained glass and all the rest. But we've gotten to the point as a society that safety has taken on a whole new dimension. And the range of safety on one side is just being able to survive an attack. The other side is just having a safe environment so you can learn, because you can't learn if you don't have the sense that you feel safe. So there's all the other threats in between. And it's not all about school design. It's certainly about talking to the staff and have readiness plans and training and all the rest. So there's that management component to it and creating a culture of safety where kids feel safe and they talk to their security officer and so on and so forth. So it all comes together into a design that then the staff and the parents and the kids really are a responsible part of making it work. But you know, there's the reason why we call this symposium what we did, which is when will you be tested? There's two tests. The first is developing your plan. And you know, you have drills and those kinds of tests to make sure you understand your plan. But the second test is the most important one, you know, and that's on the day that plan has to work. So you can have the best laid plans. If they don't work, you really miss the boat. So it's those two tests, and that's why we named the symposium the way we did.
Well, Dennis, thanks for having us. As always, not only important topics presented well, but also, I mentioned earlier, you guys have the best spread this side of the Drury in the morning. We have cinnamon rolls, we have fruit, we have coffee. You guys take good care of us, and it's a beautiful building, 10th and Washington. It was a furniture place.
It
Right?
was a clothing
Clothing
store.
store.
Curly
That's what-
Clothing.
Curly
building.
Clothing back in the day. Beautiful
Yeah.
building. Dennis, thanks so much for having us.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
begin the roundtable when we come back. It is, of course, our latest issues in education, talking school safety. We'll start that when we come back on KTRS.
You can take it all the way to the top.
Okay, our clock has been reset too, so it should match yours.
I got 4301,
Yep.
2, 3. Right on.
We are
We're
good. Okay. Hey,
Talk
so
in
Jeff,
1
Bob,
minute.
Ben, Sarah should, and if I'm too loud, anybody, if it's too loud, go up or down. He can. So mine's too loud for you. Mine's too loud for me too. Well, you know what it was? We were kind of whispering when you guys were. We were trying. Randy can't whisper, but I was trying. And then, do you want everybody to talk? Okay, so Jeff, count to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good.
Okay, and then Bob counts to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Okay, and then Ben counts to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, and Sarah counts.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Everybody good? See, now I've got to be a teacher. I got to boss everybody around for me. But I think I'll just start with how important is this and what your day-to-day job, how important is this topic and how much has that changed? And we're all the Illinois part of this.
Live from the
Yeah, Illinois leads off.
You're listening to the Martin Kilcoyne Show
Yay.
with Randy Naughton on the Big 5.
Go Cubs, no?
No.
Oh,
You
boy.
just shut her off.
Crank
right now.
her up.
Whoa.
It's a special edition of the
Just
Kilcoyne
joking.
Show.
Yeah, you're outnumbered.
Here to lead a round
She's not
Are you-
wearing red, is she?
Yeah, well, you can be a Bears fan in here now. I guess
Go
it's okay.
Packers.
Oh, God.
And we welcome you in. Ittner Architects is always hosting our latest roundtable, and today it's a symposium, School Safety and Security, and we're going to start with our friends from Illinois. We have with us today Jeff Vose, who is the President, Illinois State Regional Office of Education. He's also the Chairman of the Governor in Illinois, the Governor's Task Force on Safety and Security. Bob Diber, Madison County Regional Office of Education, past President of the Illinois State Regional Office of Education. Ben Schwarm also joins us, Deputy Executive Director, Illinois Association of School Boards, and member of the Governor's Illinois Task Force on Safety and Security. And Sarah Bocek, Associate Director and Legal Counsel, Illinois Association of School Administrators. All right, we got that out of the way, so we welcome our panel. And I'll just go around the table. We'll start with Jeff here, Jeff Vose. And the topic of security in the classroom, in the schools, how much is that on your agenda every day? And I'm sure over the years it's shifted, but how big a concern is that as we sit in 2016?
I have, in my area is Sangamon County, which is Springfield, Illinois. It's on the minds of school superintendents. We have monthly meetings and meet with them, and this is a topic that comes up on a regular basis. And it's a concern, and that's kind of why the governor put the task force together out of the Sandy Hook tragedy. That's how I became chairman of that, and Ben is on that task force also, and we meet on a monthly basis. So we got, it's all about prevention and preparedness in regards to school safety. So that's how this has come about, and it's almost daily. We're going to meet again February 19th and get an update from the task force.
And I'm wondering, Ben, how much you can learn from tragedies, as awful as they are. How much do you look at what happened in terms of being proactive in the future?
Sure, and there's a lot of studies out there on that, and part of what we did in the task force is gather some of those from various states and various experts, and there is a lot of information, but the scope of school security, though, is so huge. I mean, obviously, you talk about active shooters. You have to talk about your drills and your safety procedures. You have to talk about your physical plan. And is the building actually safe? And then you expand it out to the mental health issues, bullying issues. So it's really a huge issue to get our arms around, but we're plodding through it with our task force.
I wonder, Bob, in your world too, how much do you hear from teachers or principals that say, hey, we need help with this, or what is our game plan, or are we changing our procedures? Is there a lot of feedback from those who are actually in the classrooms?
Yes, there is. School safety and our crisis plans is something that each school deals with, especially at the beginning of the start of the school year, because all of our schools have a crisis plan, and that crisis plan is shared with their local law enforcement and first responders before the start of the school year, because that's one of the key things, is to have an organized plan in place that both the teachers and the first responders understand and know the buildings that they would be going to in a crisis situation. And also, this is an issue of communication with our general public, because entering schools today is changed as to when many of the parents attended, because schools were open doors and they're not. Most of our parents today drop their children off or enter a school through a vestibule in which they must buzz in, which is the first measure of our safety. So very common things happen. A parent wants to come by, their kid was sick, wants to go to the classroom and get the homework, for example. The schools do not just allow people to walk around in buildings anymore without having signed in, without being designated to go to a particular place. So there has to be an understanding between the general public, as well as the reason that schools put these measures in place. It's to keep all of our kids safe.
And Sarah, as legal counsel for the school administrators, how much has that become job one, really? I mean, you got to educate the kids, but maybe even before that is safety.
Absolutely, and I think that the number one thing that we all are hitting on, and we have to be very, very focused on, is planning, being proactive, not reactive. Looking at those crisis management plans, living those crisis management plans. They literally need to be something that is second nature to our staff, to our parents, to our community, to our law enforcement agencies. Having those type of relationships where we even with our children and our students, to feel comfortable of okay, if this happens, we know we're going to do this. If this happens, but we have to find that balance, right? We have to provide the safe environment, but really the main focus of our schools is a learning environment. So we have to find that that balance to be able to plan accordingly, but also provide that safe environment. And to me, and what we stress with our administrators all the time is we have to be proactive. You have to live those plans. If that plan is only being brought out one time a year at the beginning of the school year, it's not going to cut it. We need to pull that plan out, live it, and we have to update it all the time. What happens if we get a construction change? Have we informed the law enforcement? Do they have the appropriate plans? Do parents understand? Do they know? Do they know there's going to be an active shooting drill or a tornado drill or a fire drill? And we can't just think of active shooting when we think of school safety. It has to be a 360 evaluation of our schools. And so with the recent tragedies, it's at the forefront. It's as a parent yourself, you think about it when you drop those kids off, but you trust in our schools, our administration, our staff, that they've done their work and they've dot their I's, they've crossed their T's. So that the number one thing I think we all get behind is plan, and hope you never have to implement.
How much do you worry about making kids, you don't want to scare kids, and especially the younger, but they need to know, they need to be aware. How do you balance that as administrators? How do you know when to tell them certain things?
Well, in part of the task force, we talked about doing unannounced drills, and so that sometimes can be scary to the younger kids, but I think if it's communicated and you work your plan, but maybe you don't. There's also concern about active shooter drills, and that's not something that we were recommending out of the task force. It was these unannounced drills, so you can see where your weaknesses are in your plans, and that I think is helpful, and if you just communicate to the kids. And what we found out, and I was kind of piggybacking on what Sarah said, was that through the task force, the Department of Ed we secured a grant with the Department of Ed in U.S. Department of Ed. So the Illinois State Board of Education will work with IEMA, Illinois Emergency Management Agency. So they have $1 million grant to help with training and communication, and hopefully that will help the districts that maybe don't have the resources to help get the information to their students and to their parents and staff.
And you said resource, and I was wondering, and usually whenever we have a roundtable, Missouri, we always end up back to funding, and I'm wondering how much of that do you have to make choices now as administrators and working superintendents in terms of the funding, and you're trying to shift the dollars into security. Is that a big part of this?
Oh, absolutely, but it really varies on where you live and your community, your district. Illinois is really diverse. We have urban districts, suburban, rural. Some are in new school buildings. Generally, these are very secure. Some of them are in school buildings 100 years old, and that's a much bigger challenge to try to fortify those, and especially when you're retrofitting. So it comes down to funds at some point, and it's like everything else the school board and the school superintendent has to do. It's a balancing act. I have this dollar, I can only spend it once. Where's it going to go?
And Bob, are you looking at the particular schools that and say, okay, that's an older one, so I may look at them first?
Yeah, there are some simple things, yes, that schools can do to really update to make them safer. One of them is this film that is put on the glass. It prevents direct entry. There are funds available in each district to do those type of retrofits through health, life, safety dollars in Illinois. I think any time that a school is, undergoing renovation of their buildings, they need to look at these architectural designs that have been incorporated in new buildings for safety and security, and look at implementations as to ways that they can make their school safe for kids. And some of the recommendations I think that have came out of task force studies are excellent guidelines for us all to be aware of, in not just for intruders, but for national disasters such as tornadoes. And I think schools in Illinois and Missouri learned a lot from what the reports that came out when the Joplin tornado happened, as to how we keep our schools safe in inclement weather.
Any pushback at all? Do you ever get anybody whether it's administrators, teachers that don't want to be hassled or bothered, or is everybody kind of universally on board?
I think everyone's universally on board. I think you may get the size or this isn't going to happen here, but I think with the recent tragedies, whether it be weather or the shooting incidences or anything like that, it's just at everybody's forefront. We're not going to get that pushback that we got that we may have gotten in the past. How piggyback off of Bob is that the architects, school architects, as well as, under Illinois' new school construction laws, we have to have those type of safe rooms. But one thing we talked about in the symposium earlier, which was a really neat function, and you can go to schools and see them, is age-appropriate safe places, where they're connected to the classrooms. So no one would know that it's a safe room, but behind those cubbies or behind those, those shared hallways are actually concrete blocks that lock down. So in the case of inclement weather or, gosh forbid, an active shooter, those become very safe havens that kids of appropriate age can go into, that it's not going to rise to the level. So it's just been so many more advancements as we continue to navigate through this.
Really, the only pushback that we get is if it is a new state law, unfunded mandate that says you have to do it this way now, but we're not going to give you the money to do it. Districts would love to have a newer building or a refurbished building, and if they don't, it's for reasons usually financial. So that's really the only time we get pushback. So Jeff and I on the task force we're working on, that's kind of the tack that we took, that this isn't here to add new requirements or new mandates or to penalize if you don't do this, but to offer best practices, to have model policies. So as we finish up our work with the task force over the next 4 or 5 months, what we plan to do then is have, here are
best practices.
This is great. Yeah, this is how it should look. It's the best practices. And we're going to use the architects, how best to design a building that's safe and so forth. But without money, you just can't require it.
And is it possible to, without a brand new building, though, you can tweak, right? I mean, you can do things with that are not unbelievably expensive, right? And is that the first step if you don't have money for a brand new school? Look around and say, what can we do?
Right. And last year there were grants out there for schools. They can upgrade their cameras, they can put the film on the glass. So there are things, there was a grant out there last year. We'd like to see that again. And they can also utilize those health, life, safety funds to also do that.
Well, we appreciate everyone being here. We didn't even point out that Sarah is a Cubs fan. We will let her go with that. That's why she went last, by the way. It's supposed to be ladies first.
Thank you for that.
It's supposed to be ladies first, but thank you all for being here, taking part in the video symposium, but also stopping by on KTRS, and I know we'll talk to the Missouri folks as well. Jeff Vos is the president, Illinois State Regional Office of Education, chairman of the Governor's Illinois Task Force on Safety and Security. Bob Diber is the Madison County Regional Office of Education, past president, Illinois State Regional Office of Education. Ben Schwarm, Deputy Executive Director, Illinois Association of School Boards, also a member of the Illinois Governor's Task Force on Safety and Security. And Sarah Bocek, Associate Director and Legal Counsel, Illinois Association of School Administrators. Thanks all for being here.
Thank you.
And the great thing about Ittner is they always provide lunch. There we go. All right. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back and continue the roundtable discussion here. Ittner Architects once again hosting an Issues in Education roundtable. Hey, Howard. for Education Safety. Also, we have Dr. Jim Simpson, Superintendent of Lindbergh Schools, Melissa Randall, Executive Director, Missouri School Boards Association, and Brett Gann, Chief of Staff, Missouri School Boards Association. And as always, it's a panel discussion. You don't have to raise your hand. Let's start with school safety, education, business. I would think
the trajectory of, because of it. Maybe it wasn't as well publicized 20, 30 years ago if we had somebody that would bring a gun into school and threaten to do something violent, and now it's all over the evening news. And so there's a lot of attention being paid, but I think also just the complexity of school safety is getting more and more complicated. Things like social media that can be misused to do bullying and things like that. Threats, terrorist threats, groups like ISIS that we've never heard of before. Radicalization of our youth, both by the extreme right and the extreme left, those sorts of things. There's all these things out there that are coming to people's attention, and things that schools aren't immune of being influenced by that.
how do you as administrators, want to be proactive without panicking and making people nervous, but yet saying this is important, but not freaking people out, with that not being a real technical term, I guess?
I think it's a great term. There's a lot of emotion in this. Every time you have a lockdown in a school, the students are putting out their cell phones, they're putting their spin to it, the parents are getting those spins. There's some people freaking out, that's a good point. And yet it could be just a routine lockdown because the police are chasing somebody running through the neighborhood, which is for a lockdown. You have to deal with every time there's shooting on the national stage. It's a horrible thing, but after Sandy, had to really public of their community and their patrons about, are we going to arm our teachers and not have Sandy Hook here? And we had to really walk them through that. So it is a very emotional topic, and it's a roller coaster. And every time something happens on the national level, every something shocking happens, schools have to react to that. And it's been that roller coaster now ever since Columbine.
And the news is always horrific anytime you see it. Has it at least made the problem more aware to parents and teachers? Is everybody at least now in the game in terms of knowing this is real?
Well, I do think that certainly has happened. That it has become more apparent to all of us, parents and community at large, that and they should, because we just have a zero tolerance any kind of thing that puts everything we can.
Anytime we are there now where schools can reach out
for schools, not wide, to different individual grant projects that the state legislature appropriated this past year. So that's funding projects at schools like, resources. School districts could certainly use it.
How important is
on the same page? And again, we're trying to stress at the Center for Education Safety, this community involvement, community engagement. We started a program recently called Schools Watch, which the whole concept being that the community, the parents, the grandparents, the community can all get behind basically helping to be extra sets of eyes for law enforcement. Law enforcement will never have enough resources to put somebody maybe not only in the school but around the school and patrolling that area all day long. And we know organizations like ISIS, they do certain things before they would do a terrorist attack, suspicious activity, or even just general criminal activity around the school. There's certain things that people could possibly observe. We had a horrific situation about 2 years ago in one of our western cities where a young man brought a shotgun to school and was sitting in the parking lot with that shotgun. An alert observer that observation, somebody being alert, seeing something, saying something, made all the difference in the world. And that's the concept of our Schools Watch. in that school, but attention around there looking for suspicious activity, educating them what suspicious activity looks like, things like that. It's not about arming anybody or anybody carrying guns. It's just basically about seeing, being observant, and knowing what to do if you see something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, the eyes and ears sometimes can be the best defense, but if everybody agrees it's important, and we all do, what are the roadblocks? What are the hindrances that you guys deal with on a daily basis to make this job one?
Well, as you mentioned, Martin, I think, resources is part of it, and this is such a multi-layered issue. There's so many aspects to it, but I'll give you an example. In more investments in mental health services for kids that might be based at schools, so that we can identify problems early on that students might be having that might ultimately lead to threats or other activity like that. I think that would be very helpful to have those sorts of resources and expertise. And some school districts do that, but we need to have a lot more of that. And Paul, the behavioral risk assessments, you all are talking about that, about being proactive in terms of identifying issues with kids before they reach a certain
kind of warning signs,
yeah,
too,
warning
and paying
signs, right.
attention to the warning.
Exactly.
Teachers being aware of that.
We're in the process of rolling out a program to, again, taking a teamwork, community approach to identifying the warning signs, and then figuring out how do you get intervene that's appropriately and yet doesn't ruin that young person's life in some instances. So again, we've looked at some best practice models out there. For instance, the state of Virginia has a model. They have state law requiring they have a program like that in every school district in their state. And so we send somebody out to attend some of that training. We've brought that training back. We're going to license some of that content, and we're going to make that available to all schools in the state of Missouri if they don't already have a program like that. But those kind of programs are very important.
What do you hear from teachers? Is this something that they're coming to you on and saying, we need more, or I don't like our setup? Is it more? Are they more vocal than they've ever been?
Yes. After Sandy Hook in my district, which is Lindbergh, we had half of our doors in our district, and that's hundreds of doors, did not lock from the inside. And that's a big issue because the Sandy Hook teacher had to go out in the hall to lock her door, and maybe some things would have gone differently had she been able to quickly lock it from the inside. So we spent $250,000 changing the locks so that they could lock from the inside, and that is coming from teachers. All of that was basically driven by teachers that say, I don't feel safe in my room because if there's an intruder, I've got to go out in the hall and expose myself, and I would like to be able to lock from the inside. So teachers are a big player in the active shooting drills. Teachers really voice their opinions about how that's going and what they feel about that. So teachers are especially after a horrific incident, teachers feel very vulnerable, and they feel like, I'm in the front lines, I'm in the trenches. What is my school district doing to protect me?
You like the idea of pop-up drills or without unannounced, kind of like a run-through? Is that something that's important too?
Well, I think any kind of training, is critical, but I think it really depends on the age and the grade level of the child, and also how the drill is carried out. We have to think about training. Obviously, that's critical for both our staff and our students in terms of how to respond, but also we have to understand the emotional impact that some of these drills, we've seen some pretty extreme examples, might have on children.
Yeah, and if I could chip in there again, while this morning in our discussion we talked about maybe that at the younger age you wouldn't hold drills. In my opinion, is you ought to hold drills at every age level, because every age level is liable to have an active shooter come in if you feel that's important to do that. We saw that at Sandy Hook. But there's ways to do those drills. For instance, we do fire drills because they're important, and we haven't had a child burn up in a school in the United States since like 1940. Yet I can't think of anything more traumatizing than thinking about burning to death in a fire. Yet we do that, and parents accept that, communities accept that. We should be able to do the same thing with active shooter drills. And while we don't set the school on fire to do a fire drill, we don't have to have people going in with guns blazing and moulage, blood and guts and that type of stuff to have an active shooter drill. There's ways to do it, even age appropriate for a kindergartner or a first grader. And I think, again, while the parents are first hearing that, they might become upset. But again, if we get them to buy in the fact that, hey, we're trying to make our school as safe as possible, it's important that we do this. We're not trying to traumatize your kids. If we change that culture to embrace the idea, the fact that we're just doing things to prepare the school for any eventuality whatsoever, just like we're having tornado drills and fire drills, I think our society society can accept that sort of thing, and we won't traumatize kids.
Do you need to monitor social media also? Is that something, is it almost a job for somebody in the school to monitor what the kids are saying and as far as warning signs?
Right, and we had a lengthy discussion on that at the symposium today, the role that social media is playing. That's a whole new ballgame, and the resources that are required to monitor social media. And Jim talked about the need to react quickly when threats and other again, that Paul has worked on social media. How a school district threat, not, if respond to every posted threat. Administrators are in a very difficult position of trying to assess that, but Paul, we've got a tool that can help them do that. Right?
And after I describe this tool, I'd like to have some input from Jim, because we haven't discussed this before, but do you see some value in a tool like that? Because again, we want to make sure that we're doing things that are appropriate to give schools the resources they need to address their challenges. We saw as a result of things like the bombs or the terrorist threats to New York City and Los Angeles, their school systems before Christmas, and we saw how they were handled totally differently. And I had to ask myself, well, how did they evaluate that threat? And we had, after that, in the weeks, and even as recently as this week, we've had some threats in schools, including Missouri schools, where they've received via social media or robocalls, telephone calls, things like that, terrorist threats. And while you'd want to assume that they can contact their local law enforcement and they'll in turn contact the FBI and they can come together and have a systematic evaluation of that threat and determine what to do, that isn't happening. A lot of times law enforcement doesn't basically know what they need to be thinking about, what the right questions are to ask, raise that threat, and ultimately the decisions with that school district. What do you do about that? So we've designed a tool, basically, and again, while a school administrator can't use it in a vacuum without talking to law enforcement and other people in the community there, and maybe even federal agencies like Homeland Security and the FBI, we asked a series of 10 questions about what do they know about this threat, how specific is it, what do they know about the group making the threat, some of that type of stuff, and they eventually come up with a score between 0 and 100. And so if your score is between 0 and 50, maybe it's appropriate to maybe have ask law enforcement to have increased patrols past that school, maybe go into some type of a soft lockdown where you make for sure all your entrances are locked if they're not normally locked, stuff like that. If it scores higher, maybe we need to have a stepped up presence. Maybe law enforcement needs to be around there all the time. Maybe you need to do some additional things, securing the school premise, things like that. But we're giving them some tools, at least so they've got some place to start that conversation among themselves, start that conversation with law enforcement, start that conversation with organizations like Homeland Security and the FBI.
And unfortunately, we got a break because the law enforcement end of it is next, and I do not want to be late for the law. Thank you to this panel, which has been Paul Fennewald, Special Advisor for the Missouri Center for Education Safety, Dr. Jim Simpson, Superintendent, Lindbergh Schools, Melissa Randall, Executive Director, Missouri School Boards Association, and Brett Gann, Chief of Staff, Missouri School Boards Association. Thank you for being here. We'll continue the conversation with law enforcement next as Ittner Architects hosts the symposium on school safety right here live on KTRS.
Message and data rates may apply.
Too many people
Architects talking school safety, and right now we welcome in Lieutenant Perry Johnson, Commander, Juvenile Division, St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Also Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Bader, Commanding Officer, Department of Operational Support, and Lieutenant Colonel Ronnie Robinson, Assistant Chief of Police, St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. And as we talk school safety, all of the administrators so far, everyone who's been here has said it's part and parcel to be working with local law enforcement. And for all of you, how important is it to have that engagement with the schools, to know what their school looks like, what their safety concerns are?
I'll say it's something that's essential. You got to have it. It's a part of your everyday structure of your department because the schools play a major role in the things that are going on in your community. So that's something that you have to have at minimum.
Is it more than ever in your career, Jeff? Have you seen that where you're always concerned about the safety of those kids, but now it's at a different level?
It is, and it's on a lot of levels. What we're facing is what all the other law enforcement agencies are facing is we're combating the false information that's on social media sometime. As Lieutenant said earlier in the day, when we receive a threat, we have to investigate that threat as if it's real. So the communication between the police and school today is better than it was 10 or 15 years ago.
And we were talking off air, Ronnie, that a lot of it is not just what happened.
Potential for problems that develop in a community, in a neighborhood, can end up at the school because a lot of times, just by the culture of the city, we have a healthy relationship with working with the St. Louis Public Schools. And some of our kids that lived in some of the more challenged neighborhoods get into conflicts in a neighborhood, and they may not be able to carry out an act of vengeance or revenge and at that time, and that carries on to the next day or the next week, and these kids look for each other, and the kid says, well, I can catch him at school, and then we'll have an incident at a school with trouble responding to the school, or either at dismissal or arrival when the kids come to the school.
How much of it is advising to the area schools and telling them, hey, you got to follow these procedures, because we all get kind of lax. We're all real strict for a day, and then the next day we're not as strict. How much of what you guys do is reminding them to stay on top of their game?
A lot of it is just two-way communication, being there, talking with them, exposing them to the things that are going on, let them know, hey, there are things that are going on that you need to help us with and stay on top of your game so that we can maximize the safety that we're providing for the children that you're providing.
Yeah, same thing for us, in the county, and the city has the benefit of a lot of the schools fall under the same school district. County, as everybody knows, has a lot of different school districts. A lot of the municipal departments approach it the same way as St. Louis County. We maintain a constant communications liaison with these schools, primarily through our SROs, our school resource officers, and our DARE officers. If they can keep us advised of their concerns, we can keep them advised of pending threats or problems we see coming. And through ongoing communications, we're a lot of times able to head off problems before they occur.
What do you guys see as the biggest challenge? Is it assessing threats in terms of what's real and what isn't? Because we don't want to be a nation of panicky people, but we also don't want to be blind to what could be a real threat. Is that always, you guys may hear things on a daily basis that never end up on the news, thank God, but I imagine that there's a lot of assessing what's real.
Just like the Colonel said, every threat, every call, you have to investigate as if it's real. You can't play anything cheap relative to the protection and the safety of our children in the schools. They're our most important commodity today, and they're the future of our city, of our country. And as a commander of juvenile, I used to have the job that Perry has in my career, and before that I was a gang unit supervisor, and I always had a relationship with the teachers and had my detectives assigned to the most volatile schools where they went there on a consistent basis, and that communication is very important. There shouldn't be a day that goes by if you have the manpower and opportunity to get by a school and just check on the school. It may take you, doing your tour of duty, it may take you 10, 20, 30 minutes, but it's so important.
And a lot of it, I would think, too, visibility.
Welcome back, everybody, to the School Safety and Security Symposium. We are in the process of transitioning one of our groups from Issues in Education. They'll be joining us shortly, and then the fourth group that hasn't already been on will move back over to finalize with the radio show live, and then Dennis will also step off and wrap up with the radio program. But we're going to continue the symposium, and we're going to revisit what we talked about just briefly an hour ago, and that was relative to topic number 4 on our agendas, funding and implementation. I don't know that there's a whole lot more we want to talk about from a funding standpoint, but then we'll also jump into topic 5, a summary call to action, and what are the things that we needed earlier about some emergency grants that were used for some finite initiatives along the way. Is there anything else you can share with us about that, please?
I think I would just stress to administrators as an action item is to really get in touch with the local law enforcement agencies and your other government partners to try to partner together to find those funds. Because it may not just be designated school, right? It might be designated community.
Right.
It might be designated, there's a lot of different aspects to which if we work together, we can maybe bring those dollars in. And there very well may even be private entities inside of your district that would be more than willing on a grant basis or something to work and partner with the school district to be able to bring those safety measures. Sometimes the simplest thing is to ask. And what's the worst they're going to say? Maybe no. But the possibility on school safety issues, if you're looking for dollars, is you might find people that actually say yes.
Yeah, that's a great point. Every once in a while, we'll run into somebody who has a particular project or retrofit, or they want to build something new, put on an addition, and many times it comes from somebody who's an alum of the school who decides that they want to help fund it, but those are far and few between, I'm sure, as well. So would anybody else like to comment on funding at all? Melissa?
I would just like to add one thing. In Missouri, we did last year have a line item for school safety grants. First time we've had that in many, many years.
Oh.
And so our Center for Education Safety is administering those grants. And for those who are in Missouri who are listening to this, our General Assembly will begin debating their budget again for next fiscal year, and we sure hope that that continues because that is a critical investment. This last year was about $650,000 that was appropriated for that, and that's, while we appreciate that, it can't go very far when you have 520 districts,
Right,
but it's good seed money, but we sure need that to continue.
Okay, great.
But if I could chip in there, again, we've already heard back from some of the districts. In a large school district, we only get up to $15,000, a medium-sized school district 10, and a small district 5. And even those large districts with $15,000, they've been able to articulate to us how that was able to get them over the hump to fund some really critical school safety related projects. That money that we got, we spent over 2/3 of it, we put it out in the form of grants to our school districts, and then we kept a little bit less than 1/3 for CES operations. And in those operations, we're doing things like building a behavioral risk assessment program that we're going to be able to take out and make available to all schools in the state so they can focus on preventative measures. How do you identify this kid or this individual in your community that's potentially going to be your active shooter or your radicalized ISIS terrorist or something like that, and putting those programs together. So we're doing some things like that with that money that will benefit all schools in the state of Missouri, both public and private.
Okay, great.
And I think that actually brought something up for me too, is that we've been focused a lot on building improvements or things like that. I think we also have to look at, there's a whole nother aspect of what are we providing for our students inside, such as school social workers, school psychologists, different things like that. So when we're thinking safety, sometimes we automatically go to building or facility, implementation. But we also need to look, at a 360,
Sure.
and that's something we stress on the other side in issues in education is a 360 view of coming at this from not just a building facility or a crisis management plan, but what can we actually put in place to be proactive in the form of staff and finding those resources through different means and different things like that, different partnerships in the community.
Also, Robert, and this comes from the superintendent's side. Law enforcement can't do very much with this, but many communities will support bond issues for safety. And a school should not be hesitant if they've got major safety issues. It's not cheap, as Dennis said, but it's not that much money either. If you're just talking about a bond issue to do something in your front entrance to make your lobby like it needs to be, a few pennies on a lot of districts will get that done, and they shouldn't be hesitant, because I know that many communities, when it comes down to a few pennies versus being their children safe, that they would vote yes on that.
Good point. That's a great point. I wonder also, does IASA or MSBA, do they have conference programs? Is there a way that you educate your school districts as to how do you go about requesting funds and those types of things? Is that part of your spring conference, or?
Well, we regularly do that throughout the year in different training opportunities that we have, both on how to utilize our existing dollars and how to request additional, whether it's through grants or through bond measures. But yeah.
And we've even had sessions we have a safety conference in the state of Missouri, and we've had sessions where we brought in outside experts trying to educate school staff on how do you get not only grants, but going to approaching foundations and other things like that to get some money to do your safety and security needs. Okay. And so we've had things like that in the past.
Great.
We have a joint conference each year with the school administrators, and we always have a strand on school finance generally. But that'll go to your bonding questions and your tax referenda and those types of things. This year, however, we are looking to have a specific strand on school safety. So we're looking at maybe a pre-conference workshop and then a strand of panels over the 2 or 3 days of our conference.
Good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Well, I think we can move on to the last topic, and that is topic 5, summary call to action, and that specifically is for us to talk a little bit more about how do we begin to operationalize all of the things that we've spoken about for the last 2.5 hours? How do we take it from theory and put it into practice? It's always not as easy as it is to talk about, of course. But with that said, we hope to have some deliverables that we can share with all of you at the end of this, where we summarize everything that was discussed. We'll have some videos that will break out by topic based on what we've discussed here today. We also plan to put together a white paper or 2 that we'll share with everybody. And if you have specific things that you'd like for us to try to do with that, let us know, and we'd be happy to do that. So with that said, I wonder if we might go back and just talk a little bit about from the big picture to creating the culture of safety, to what can we do physically with the school, to the whole funding aspect. Would anybody like to talk a little bit about how do we take what is written down and it's in the plan, and how do we enact that plan and make that happen? Would anybody care to start that, Paul?
Yeah, if I could just real quickly, we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. Just about every conceivable challenge that we have, somebody else has already addressed that in different states. So we're doing things to try to collaborate and network with other states. I know, like we collaborate with about between 20 and 25 of the states that have school safety centers, trying to identify what they're doing that makes sense that we could do. We have things like a resource toolkit on our website, and there's not anything conceivable related to school safety that we haven't have some subject matter links in there to address everything from bullying to radicalization to emergency planning to you name it. That resource toolkit where we draw from experts from all over Missouri, all over the United States. So things like that, making sure that people know where the resources are so they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They don't have to spend a lot of investment money redesigning something that's already been done. I think that's one aspect of looking at it.
Okay, that's great.
I think go ahead, sir.
Just from a law enforcement perspective, we got to make sure we continue to nurture the relationship between law enforcement and education, and really nurture that relationship and build on it, and continue to meet, consistently to heighten the awareness and the concerns of each entity. So as long as we continue to fight the problem together, and we don't develop a confrontational attitude towards one another, I think we can be successful as far as improving the safety of the school.
So back to what we kind of talked about earlier on, it's the trust and communication, collaboration, that all parties working together.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Sarah, were you going to say something?
And I would piggyback for Illinois with Paul is that, our Illinois Emergency Management Agency is very, very active in school safety issues. For instance, they have divisions in almost, it's our counties are grouped into divisions. There are people there that are on the ground, and so while we all acknowledge that there's not a one-size-fits-all, there are multitude of resources and plans that have already started to be have already been drafted that you can mold and fit into your particular situation, whether you're rural, urban, and different things like that. So the absolute crucial thing is to have a plan. and live your plan and breathe your plan, and it has to become second nature. You have to have those relationships with the law enforcement. If you change something inside your school, maybe it's a hallway, maybe it's something, you know, and different things like that, but if you don't update the law enforcement agency, they're not going to know those type of things. I mean, we have to continue to share, and the students have to be familiar with our law enforcement, and our administrators have to be, you know, familiar, and our teachers have to feel, you know, that they can ask the questions and continue down that path. It cannot be something that, you know, I think we're all guilty of getting something and putting it in a drawer. We've read it once and that's it. We put it in a drawer. This school safety plan can't be something that it is drawer material. It has to be something that we understand. And it's just not active shooter. It's just not some of the big name items. I mean, we have to look at inclement weather. We have to look at what happens. You know, we have a whole subset of schools that are on mining, you know, subsidies. You know, what happens with, you know, different things like sinkholes and flooding. You know, for all our schools, our Missouri and Illinois, you know, friendly schools that are on the Mississippi, we have huge flooding issues. That's actually the #1 problem for us as far as health, weather-related, is actually flooding. So we just don't think of those things, but we have to continue to have those conversations, and it's always better to be proactive than reactive.
Since every district is doing their own plan, is there any process in place to determine plan effectiveness? Like an audit?
Yes. The U.S. Department of Education, through their Ready Minutes and Emergency Management for Schools Technical Assistance Center, have an evaluation tool called EOP for Emergency Operations Plan Assess. And you can go into that tool and answer a series of a bunch of questions, and then it will give you a printout. It doesn't go to anybody else but you, but it will evaluate your emergency plan to tell you if it is a high-quality plan. And it focuses on things like, do you have the relationship already established with your local police department, your local fire department? Have they given input to that plan? Do you meet every year on that? Do you train your staff on the plan? Things like that are the questions that it asks. So there is a very good tool out there that the U.S. Department of Education already has available.
Good. Also, I'll point out that this is very timely because this was just a couple of weeks ago at St. Louis County Superintendent's meeting. Ed Plus, which is an organization, as we all knew, was CSD before, but they've changed their name. They have put together a networking of all the crisis managers of each district in St. Louis County, and if you're a member of Ed Plus in that area, and they're going to start meeting. That hasn't happened yet, but their purpose is to compare plans. So we're sending our crisis manager from Lindbergh, and every district will do the same. Then they'll lay their plans side by side, and then they will look at similarities, differences, and share best practices. So that's a proactive step that's timely because here we are, but they just put that in place, and they haven't even met for the first time yet. But that's an effort to not go solo, not just to make it, even with great resources on the federal and state level, still we can look at it as neighboring school districts and area school districts and say, what are we doing as a whole, and is there things that we can improve our plan by looking at somebody else's plan?
And I'm sure, you know, most people, it's in the back of their mind and they plan on doing this anyway, but, you know, Paul touched on a very critical component of any plan, as we always talk about the schools and law enforcement. We have to make sure that we bring in all the first responders, especially the fire department and EMS. Fire departments will be almost an invaluable resource to you on why you don't want to do something that, you know, would impede their ability to provide life-saving services to the school in the event that they're the primary responder. Because we could, as you alleged to in the flooding or in a school collapse, the primary responder in charge of that incident is not going to be police in that incident. It's going to be fire, and police will provide support to the fire. So make sure that when we get involved in our plans, we take a holistic approach with all your emergency responders, whether they be police, fire, EMS, volunteer service organizations that could be responding to an emergency at a school.
I think in general, you know, we can talk about general plans when it comes to school safety, and as she alluded to, everything's not going to fit everybody's profile or everyone's situation because of where you are and what the structure is of where you are. So I think we have to look at it from the aspect of being able to take what fits for your particular area and making that work. Another part of it that I think we have to look at is we talked about law enforcement's approach in this. You can't paint that with a broad brush, and nowadays, in light of the way things have changed, that's something that really has to be examined, because as the Colonel alluded to earlier, this is a different breed of kid that we're dealing with. They engage us on a different level, and I'm just going to say it. If you're old school and can't adapt to that, you got to be able to change. You have to be able to change. You can't do things like you did them 10 years ago and expect to get results. You're not going to come in and you're not going to bully these kids or bully your way through the situations to get exactly what you want. And law enforcement has been notorious for doing that in the past because that's what we knew. We didn't know anything any better. Nowadays, things have changed, so we have to approach it that way. And part of doing that is educating those in law enforcement as to how to approach it differently. And couple that along with the safety issues that we need to implement within the school systems, and getting the school administrators on board so that they understand it and that they welcome law enforcement, because they don't think law enforcement causes a problem or a hindrance in there. So,
one thing we were talking about, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, go ahead.
One thing we were talking about out in the hallway too is that your plan just can't be like what happens in the crisis, right? What happens around the crisis? What happens after? What happens, you know what I mean, before? Because one of the lessons that we learned from the administration standpoint in Sandy Hook was it was such an obviously national tragedy that no one was there as the funerals and as everything was happening after the fact. There was no one left to actually run the school and run the communications and run things. And everybody had that. Like the police had that, the fire had that, the community had that. Is that when we're looking at the planning, no, we don't want a 1,000-page crisis management plan, but we have to think, you know what I mean, pre, in, post, of what does this really look like and how are we going to implement this as a whole.
That's a great point. Another thing that from our task force that Ben and I were on, the issue of mental health, that is huge, and trying to provide, and you alluded to it earlier with students that you dealt with, the continuum of services. I think districts are struggling just to make sure they get consistent service for the mental health issues that they're dealing with students. And we had presenters, psychologists come and explain that just the inconsistencies in that system and trying to get students help and working through that system are a challenge for educators.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You know, Robert, I just would like to share. There was some great things I think came out of today that made me think about facilities, okay, and how you plan on putting these out, whether by DVD or whatever mean of these best practices. And from the topics that were discussed, from the relationships of law enforcement and school, I think is one topic. And as you capture those, I think that's separate than showing that with a facility. The same is true, I think, there was a lot of discussion earlier today about how we use social media, to identify these possible crises that take place in education. So if there's best practices as to how individuals have utilized that, I think that's something else to capture.
Great point. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I know from my standpoint, I'm very interested in sharing with other architects what the best practices are that we've developed, because they're developed with staff. It's developed with administration. And hopefully they're not trying to go solo, as the phrase was, because I've seen too many times where people have gone solo, and there's just a wealth of experience that you got to have over the years to know how to get every detail right. So hopefully if we share these, then someone who is designing, let's say, an elementary school for the third or fourth time, haven't done it 100, won't make some silly mistakes that any one of you can just walk in and see that, well, they really spent their money not very wisely. So
I was really impressed with what Lindbergh did with that playground. Yeah. And that very simple concept, but that's a model.
You know what I mean? And the different hats we wear as educational stakeholders, as attorneys and everything, if people have more access to what is best practice, then we can drive, a more successful implementation as we go forward.
Well, what's interesting, when we take new districts that we're just working with through some of our schools, if they just go on their own, they come away with, say, maybe 20% of what they should have seen. So we like them to actually see the administrator of the school, let the administrator take them through and say, here's what works really well, and here's, now that we've done it, we'd like to change it a little bit. So then that doesn't get repeated time and time again.
I'd just make one comment, one more on the task force that we had. Our task force was made up of 18 individuals that had school security safety experts. It had legislators, parents on there, administrators, teachers, and what came out of that, we broke into 4 subcommittees, and maybe kind of use it as an umbrella here. One of the committees was the physical plant, the facilities, and how you deal with that. The second one was training, and that covers, training the staff. And then the third was communication, communication with parents, first responders. And then the fourth pillar was prevention. So that was kind of how we broke into our subgroups, and that's how we came up with our recommendations, which we had about 30 of them. But that helped kind of keep everything in order and make us more efficient.
That's great. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I was very impressed today with the architectural aspects of improving the schools and making them safer, especially with those safe rooms and the safe playgrounds. Definitely focus on innovative ways to raise funding for those school districts that can't afford to equip their schools with those type of entities. So that's going to be very important, funding. You got great ideas, you got a great product, but the affordability is going to really hurt some schools that really deserve those type of entities to be placed in their schools.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention, first of all, we've got the whole group back now as we finish the issues in education. So thanks for all participating in that. That will be available for everybody on podcast as well as video stream to the extent that we have those group sessions videotaped. Not videotaped, but recorded, as you know. So a couple of things I'd like to do as we begin to close out. Dennis has now gone over to close out issues in education on the radio. He may join us back before we finish up. But what I was thinking was, other than a couple of quick questions that I have to ask, I'm hoping that as we conclude, I'd like to go around the tables one time and give everybody a minute or two to either make some additional comment relative to safety and security, and or if you want to plug something that your organization is doing relative to that topic, give a website, give a contact information, whatever you'd like to do. And we're not ready to start yet, but when we do that, Colonel Bader, I'll start with you, and then we'll go around the room this way. I don't want to make any assumptions, but based on the toolkits that we talked about earlier and all of the various materials that are available, and to your point, don't recreate the wheel. I think that's a phenomenal point because there's so much out there. I assume that there are materials available that help you to jumpstart what it is that you need to do next. What's the easiest way to embrace the community? Speed bumps, challenges to anticipate. All of those things are addressed in those materials. Is that right? Yeah, good. Okay. Appreciate that. So then as we begin to conclude, and before we go around the table, it seems to me that there are really 3 things that we talked about primarily that have been repeated time and time again. There's a lot of really good information here, but trust, that word trust has been used time and again throughout the whole symposium. Communication, which I think is really obvious, but it's one of those things we just don't think about. How can we communicate better? How do we build that trust? And third is the collaboration and the teamwork. We've heard that time and time again on almost every topic that we've discussed. So trust, communication, collaboration, and teamwork, if you want to call that one and the same. Those are the 3 things that I took away here. So as we begin to conclude, and as Dennis joins us back from Issues in Education, I'd like to start with Colonel Bader and give you a minute or two to give us your thoughts on the symposium and to wrap up, and we'll go around the room and then conclude from there.
Well, I think that irregardless of, where an individual comes from, an individual in this room comes from, we all pretty much are faced with the common concern that, we are aware of threats to our educational institutions and the children and the staff that inhabit them. Everybody's pretty much comes from a common background there. That's why everybody's in the room.
we all come from, also from pretty diverse areas across the metropolitan area and across 2 states. And from my experience, the easiest way to get to where we want to go is just ongoing communications exchange. And I'll be the first to admit, 32 years in law enforcement, the schools are well ahead of us in how to communicate with today's generation. Perry touched on that earlier, is, the schools know how to communicate with these kids, and, modern law enforcement, that's the message we're getting out to our officers, is that it's no longer the best manner to handle things is to tell people they have to do something because that's what we said. We are modern law enforcement focusing a lot of energy on developing better communicators with our police officers. And so I would encourage the schools and the administrations to capitalize on the fact that our generation of law enforcement now should be better communicators than the ones that you tried to deal with 10 years ago and 20 years ago. And unfortunately, I was a part of all 3 of them. So.
Thank you. Well, we've got 20 minutes left as we go around. Dr. Simpson?
The symposium was very beneficial. Thank you, Ittner, for putting that together, and also for everybody with your opinions. I found it fascinating. I'll say from my side of it, one challenge we did not say is the challenge of accessibility. Schools aren't minimum security areas. They're places where hundreds of people come in. I'll think of a high school, which never seems, our high school is over 2,000 students. It never sleeps. It never sleeps. Not Saturday, not Sunday, not night. And yet we want to be secure, but the challenge is how to come up with the plan that allows us to run a school and all that goes with that, and at the same time don't make it a fortress. And so, but that is a challenge because we want to make it a fortress because we care so deeply about the children inside there. And yet, on any given day, year in, year after, luckily, most schools are just that. They're schools with children playing and having fun and parents moving around and all that. So that's our challenge, and I think from Ittner's side of it, that's their challenge. How do you get a facility that works on both levels? So I'll put that one out from my side of it.
Good, thank you. Melissa?
Well, let me just say thank you again for pulling this group together. What an inspiring afternoon or day we've had with all of these, at least I've had with all of you. As a mom and as somebody who believes in public education and the children that we serve in any kind of institution, I appreciate the time you all put in to making sure that our kids have safe environments to learn in and to live in. And so I've come away with a lot that I've learned today. But Paul, I know you're going to finish up with some of the resources. You asked us to list resources. We do have 3 websites that we'll like to refer you to, Center for Education Safety. But I think you summed it up well, Robert, when you said trust, communication, collaboration. Those are the 3 essential ingredients for us being successful in not only Illinois and Missouri, but nationwide when it comes to school safety.
Thank you. Jeff?
I thank you for having us here. It's good to get a perspective from the Missouri side, and we appreciate that. Ben and I have been through several meetings on this. I always think that I've got it all, but getting the SRO perspective, I think it's helped, and that's something that as we move forward with our task force, we'd like to have them come and present. Sure. And this mental health piece is something that we've got to continue to explore, and just consistent training. I think that's where our task force would like to go in the state of Illinois, is make sure that resources are available to the educators and law enforcement, and make sure there's good relationship and collaboration between the schools and law enforcement. I think that's the key piece that I think 80% of the schools are probably there, but we need to get to 100%. So we appreciate letting us participate.
Thank you. Thank you. Jamie?
Yeah, likewise. I'm so grateful and thrilled that Independent Schools was invited to be around this table. I think by the nature and very definition of our schools, we are viewed as being sort of outside the norm. We're independent, we're in our own little silos, but we deal with very many of the same issues that you all do, perhaps at the opposite ends of the spectrum. But, you know, we have, what we noticed today is that we have children who are growing up with tremendous anxiety. They've grown up in the age of 9/11, Columbine, Sandy Hook, the age of ISIS. These kids, this is the world they live in, certainly entirely different from the one I grew up in. So it's important, in our view, with school safety, to make sure that we are raising healthy, aware, engaged community citizens who also, though, learn how to deal with anxiety in healthy and fruitful ways. And I think the notion of collaboration, I think, is extremely important. And in our schools, that takes the form of an intense collaboration with parents as well, again, as our first line of defense. So our schools are doing a tremendous amount of parent education and symposia and workshops for them on issues like bullying, mental health, how to recognize abnormal stress, everything from teen sexuality and dating, which brings a tremendous amount of anxiety into our students. You know, how to teach them to be successful, centered individuals. So really committed to it, and all have a lot we can learn from each other, and we're just thrilled to be at the table.
Good, thank you. Before I move to Lieutenant Johnson, I just want to ask it from our video team perspective and for our viewing audience, if we happen to run a little bit past our hard targeted stop, if you could accommodate us with that, I would appreciate it so we can wrap everybody up here. Lieutenant Johnson?
I enjoyed this. We got a lot of different perspectives from a lot of wonderful people who have, we all have, like the Colonel alluded to, we're trying to get to the same goal. We have the similar backgrounds. We just take a different approach on it, and we have different circumstances that cause us to take a little bit different approach to try to get to the same goal. So I think the information was wonderful, and I know for us and under Colonel Robinson, we're really working hard to get those relationships, to deal with the anxiety things, as Jamie alluded to, you know, anxiety from the sexual anxiety things to homelessness, you know, some of the things we didn't talk about, the mental health, all of those things that add to the everyday things that we as law enforcement deal with on a daily basis, and just trying to get that understanding and give them that understanding, because we are fighting social media every day. We're fighting the perceptions that are sometimes thrown upon us, and some of them we bring upon ourselves. It's you know, unfortunately. So I think this was a wonderful opportunity to get information and to get different perspectives, to get different organizations' understandings, and see how they deal with some of the things that we haven't dealt with, and vice versa. We deal with a large student community, you know, in a not so big area. You know, we have multiple schools in close proximity, and we're running from school to school dealing with incidents at various schools, some of the things of which, you know, we can't begin to fathom, you know, that are happening out there. So to get all of this perspective in one room and to be able to capitalize on that, I think was wonderful.
Good, thank you. Deputy?
I must think this is a great program that we got going on. We got 18 people with 18 different perspectives, but we have one common goal, is that to protect our kids inside the school. I learned a lot of stuff today from, you know, the police officers on the Missouri side and the school administrators. In a perfect world, every school would have an SRO, because I truly believe that's the best way to stop a threat. But we all know that's not going to happen. Through my organization, people can contact me, ilsroa.org, or like us on Facebook. But I will, you know, it has my personal information on it. If any school district wants help in developing the SRO program or needs help in their safety aspect, feel free to contact me, and I will get back to them and help in any way I can. You know, I'm very fortunate to have a great administration both at school and in my department that allows me some freedom to do other stuff. So,
good.
Thank you
very much.
First of all, Dennis, Robert, and everybody here at Ittner, we want to thank you so much for putting together this program today and allowing us to be part of it. I think these sorts of conversations are exactly what we need to have on this issue of school safety. It's not just a school issue. Lots of other important players that are around this table, and others as well, and so these sorts of conversations are absolutely essential, I think. I just wanted to say, I think from the school board perspective, it's encouraging to us to see school boards around boards are making it, including it in their strategic plan, to the extent that the school boards are willing and able to be leaders in that effort, along with everyone else around this table.
Good, thank you. Officer Duffy?
I'd like to thank you for inviting me also. And I'm very happy to be able to share an SRO's perspective from the front line of security in the schools. I'm glad to hear that we all have the same goal may not be in the same order, but communication, training, and collaboration when you get along together. Your law enforcement agencies have to be able to get along with your school districts, with your EMS, with your fire. You all have to be on that same page when something happens, that we can give our students the best safety and security that we can give them in a timely fashion. And that's where the training comes in. Law enforcement training, same page. And as far as the funding, we got to be creative, a little bit safer.
Including us, I'd like to press upon, those administrators, school boards, teachers. The school side of it is to do a SWOT analysis. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are our opportunities? What are our threats when it comes to school safety? What works? What doesn't work? Have the honest conversations, and then be able to go out and get the help and look at the resources and figure out what you can do. But if we're not engaging and looking at the vulnerabilities, then we can't see where it is to fix it. No one's gonna be perfect at this, and what we hope is no one has to deal with it. But the reality is we don't live in that world anymore. And as much as we would like to, we don't. So I think the biggest thing is we need to be able to say, is this working? How is it working? And what can we do to be better?
Yeah, good, thank you. Sergeant Glenn?
All right, I want to thank you for the invite as well. And, it's just amazing to be able to actually meet your external partners or customers, if you will, and because there's a wealth of knowledge in the room, and as has been said earlier, we do have various backgrounds, but I think that sharing of that information is critical to solving the issue of school safety. I just think that some of the ideas, if there was some kind of way to have a clearinghouse or some type of database where we don't have to reinvent the wheel, where we could say, okay, we're successful in Madison, what do they do in that particular situation if the laws don't prohibit you from doing it, but if they did it this way, why couldn't we use that same idea, use the best practices and ideas, and I think we'll be more successful.
Good, thank you. Bob?
As well, thanks Ittner for including us. I'd just like to reemphasize something I think is really important, is that, as been said, the relationships between schools and first responders are paramount. And the familiarization that first responders have with schools and those school floor plans is of essence for them to be able to execute their duty when they arrive. And the more that police and fire and EMS officials know those buildings. The one thing that we do that I didn't share earlier, our county police and our state police all have floor plans for all of our buildings, okay? And to help them, because personnel change, okay? Both on their staffs as well as ours. So if a particular patrolman, and we don't have SROs in every one of our buildings because it's not affordable, but there is a particular officer that may be assigned on his duty to that particular area, that they've got access to that. So I just really like to emphasize, that communication, familiarity with those buildings.
Good, thank you. Ben?
Yeah, and I had a couple of issues that really hadn't been talked about today, but Bob just talked about one of them that I was going to bring up. And this is kind of where the new technology can help us. Kind of to the new technology with social media doesn't necessarily help us. But there are programs out there that have exactly what Bob was talking about. Well, they will digitize your school floor plans and then send them directly to all of your local responders. And this is, we've had a little pilot project going on for the last year in Springfield, and it's been very successful. And it seems to be working very well. I think it goes exactly to what Bob was talking about. And also our Illinois State Police is trying to get a statewide database of all school floor plans. Because again, as was brought up earlier, hey, the call goes out, active shooter, you all come, right? It might be the state police, it might be a different county or whatever, but somehow have some kind of statewide database of that. That was, I think, an opportunity we had. And a couple challenges that really haven't been talked about. One, in Illinois, we have 850 school districts. And it starts with Chicago school district, and it goes down to school districts that have maybe a couple hundred kids in the whole district. And when you look at trying to get plans, procedures, protocols, again, that's why it can't be one size fits all in Illinois, because we have a school district that has, it's in suburban Chicago, 12 municipalities within the school district, all with professional police departments, professional fire departments. Those school districts are getting a lot of assistance. Then we have school districts, and we probably have a couple hundred where it's a volunteer fire department and maybe one part-time policeman. So that's totally different when you say what kind of resources you have or what kind of help you're going to get locally to set up your plan. So that's one of the challenges we have. The second one goes back to the issue of working with students, mental health issues, that type of thing, where we want to reach out to these students and it comes to a point where there's you're identifying students to some extent. And it's not so easy in a school district to do that for legal reasons. Generally, they're all minors. We have a Student Records Act in Illinois, which is very specific about what you can and can't share. Then the Family Educational Right to Privacy Act, which is the federal law, FERPA. There's a lot of hurdles there, and it's not so easy always just stating this information or identifying students in that. So I think that's another challenge that really wasn't brought up today that we're looking at.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Paul?
Okay, two real quick things. First of all, what Benjamin was just talking about this sharing of emergency plans. We already have that in the state of Missouri. It's a Homeland Security program available to every school. Well, the program costs our state about $2 million. It's free of charge to every school. That will digitize floor plans and site information and stuff like that, and then train the staff on it and make it available to first responders. So again, they can contact our Center for Education Safety. We support that program. It's not the only way to do emergency planning, but one way. Last, I'd like to say, as Americans, as human beings, I believe we have a sacred obligation to create an environment that allows each one of our children to reach their full potential. Be that a brain surgeon or just a productive member of society holding down a blue-collar job, being able to support a family. This isn't unique to black or white, liberal or conservative, rich or poor. I believe that we as stakeholder communities, including schools, public safety, even parents, and then even organizations like Ittner, if we can all come together, leaving our organizational egos, our agendas at the door, rolling up our sleeves, collaborating like we're doing in this symposium here, we can come up with the solutions to figure out how to make those schools as safe as possible to create that environment that we're trying to achieve.
Sure. Thank you. Colonel Robinson?
And I just want to say I appreciate being here today, and like everyone has said, a lot of valuable information, great exchange, and the onus is on all of us to make our kids safe. And law enforcement, I will say, has to prioritize school safety in their departments. You know, as police officers, we like to go out and get the bad guy, and we're on the street, and the different investigations that we have to encounter. The school safety is something that happens, and when it does happen, it's very tragic. So we have to prioritize the safety of our schools.
Good. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to close out, I think, on time. I'm going to give Dennis the last couple of minutes to close out for us. I just want to say thank you to everybody for participating in the symposium today. Dennis, I'll let you round it off.
I learned an awful lot from everybody here, just an awful lot. And what I really learned that touched my heart is that the answer lies in each one of you, and that the silos, the traditional silos, need to come down, and that the police can learn from the administrators, and the administrators can learn from the police. And as designers of schools, we can learn from everybody. And I agree. I think if we can come together and give answers that others in the community can implement without having to hire somebody, just implement on their own, I think they're going to be a long way down the road to a safe school. So I want to thank everybody for coming. It's been great. And I think this was very well worthwhile doing.
And we also want to thank the viewing audience for anybody who's participate in school and safety.